Hello, hello, hello. I hope you're well today. It's quite a nice morning, though pretty cloudy. I do hope everyone is well, though. Good thing I remember the exacts of some of the stuff. It's been a while. I do hope everyone is at least slept well. I know I woke up a bit later than normal, so even then. I know recently I've been playing Omega Ruby on my 3DS in my free time to slowly get to the Delta episode because I am one Deoxys short. I've had a lot of stuff happen since last stream. Not just random shit. But I do hope that today we can finish our flattening project Yep, because I remember correctly, we got quite a bit to go, which requires shovels. Yeah. Um, as we load into the world and stuff, it's gonna probably have a little lag, as always. But I hope that's not too bad. Oh yeah, I want to keep the efficiency 4-1. Now I remember. Okay. 7, 3. This is probably going to break, so I'll probably need a new one as well. I'll make 2 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Shitpie. I'm alright. I hope you're doing well this morning. I know, yeah, I woke up later than normal. Normally I try to wake up around, like, 5, 6 o'clock. I woke up at 7:30. Ooh, lag spike. Such is how it goes some days. I mean, gosh, it's been a while. I spent most of my weekend, like, just doing off things. Yeah, I have clouds off. I'm just checking. Seeing that I don't need all of that, I mainly am just like, I want to keep it at the level I normally do. I know, but overall, I'm alright this morning. Cloudy day today. Been a lot of fog recently, that's for sure. Like, holy shit. The fog's been pretty bad. I'm actually going to use this first. But yeah, the plan is to flatten the rest of this out. So, at least while we get to do that, we do got some stuff. I'm just turning this up so we have it. But yeah, I've been playing Omega Ruby recently. God. I think last I remember, yeah, I got to I beat Skyla. Hit the weirdest dream tonight, it was kinda concerning. Ooh, now I'm curious. I'm a very curious person in my own ways. Dun, dun, dun. I know, one thing I'm gonna play later this week, because I did the tutorial last night to kind of learn the game, but I was gifted a game by a friend called Thronefall, and I plan to play that later this week, probably. It's a pretty interesting little game. I don't even know how I can mention what happened on here. They're on Twitch now that I think about it. Ah, one of those types of dreams. And we all have them at some point. If I can. Yeah. Sometimes you never know with Twitch, so it's best just to say, yeah, I guess Twitch won't allow me. That's what I usually do. I mean, I've said some pretty frickin' crazy and sus stuff on Twitch, but even then, it really depends on the context of things. Like, it, that's one of the biggest things with Twitch, is it's very specific on certain things, but not others. Like, unless you're one of their favorite streamers, you have to worry a lot more, which sucks. I'm just trying to get this to get evened out. The good thing is, once this is flattened, I can actually do a bunch of stuff here. One of which is a blast chamber. Because I want to set up a blast chamber that I can, like, set up. That basically with that I can hopefully use. I want to set up an iron farm. I want to set up a bunch of shit, honestly. Okay, now that I kinda know the scale of this, I just gotta keep it down to this. Best I can do. But yeah, I think it could be... It really just depends on what it is for Twitch. But, as I was mentioning earlier, I beat Skyla? No, that's Black and White. Frick. What's her name? The flying gym leader. I beat her, I got the Devon scope, I got Latios, I got the Mega Bracelet, I used my Mega Sceptile to absolutely sweep, the flying gym, because it's an old game and I don't remember why, and I think it might have been my sister's, because she just stopped playing Pokemon after a point and just was like, nah. So it probably was my sister's, so I used that. I also have a Typhlosion. There were some event mons. I know I did that with my sister sometimes. It just really depends. I have a Ninjask that is absolutely insane. It frickin' sweeped Norman. Just speed. I just during the first slacking, I hone clawed 3 times and then just fury cuttered my way through after one leech life, which allowed me to survive the upcoming pursuit at 1 HP, and I just fury cuttered my way through, just damaging more and more each hit, meaning that the last slacking instantly just died. And the thing is, it didn't matter if they had faster speed than me because speed boost. My Shedinja just never got to a point where it was useful. Um, Surprisingly, Sea King has been really good, which is crazy to say out loud that Sea King is one of my best Pokemon. I also been using the costume Pikachu. I gave it Rock Smash and Strength. And my Sea King, despite not having the TM because it learns it naturally, has Waterfall, and then it also has Surf, which I taught it. Like, I've just been teaching, like, these Pokemon random HMs that fit with it. I believe Typhlosion has Cut because its main moves are Flame Charge, Ember, Tackle, and Cut. Because it doesn't learn shit for some reason. And I'm just here like, what the fuck? But my hope is to get to the Delta episodes sooner or later so I can get that Deoxys. Um, I was able to finally transfer a bunch of old Pokemon, and I found a glitch, but found the fix for it pretty quickly. Essentially, in my dream, I was outside being loud and obnoxious. Number one, and threw a tantrum, which concern. Game. The moment I clicked on the first link, I woke up. Weird. Honestly, that's surprisingly normal for me. And I don't know what that says about me as a person, that that type of weird and fucked up stuff is normal for me. And it could just be the brain being the brain. You don't know what to think about it. Honestly, I ain't a licensed therapist, but the best thing I can say is I know for a fact that dreams help us get through different types of fears and traumas a little bit better. And I know that while it doesn't fix them, it does help, so it could be a mixture of that and your subconscious saying shit to you. It really just depends. I don't know you well enough for that, nor am I a licensed therapist, so I can't say for sure. Because I don't know fully. I mean, there's some weird things that your subconscious will try to tell you too. I mean, there's some really fucked up ones that people have that are not as uncommon as you'd think. Um, sometimes when a person, like, feels responsible because of an action for a person's death and another, or if a person dies a similar way to another person in their life that they felt responsible for that passed, it can lead to similar dreams. Like, for example, for the longest time, I blamed myself for my Grammy's passing because I didn't take her to the ER despite the fact she was telling me not to. Which I know now that that wasn't my choice, and no matter what, she was not going to survive anyway. Like, if anything, it just would have made her last days even more of a hell. But for weeks afterwards, like after her passing, I always had these nightmares where it was a version of me filling her lungs with the fluids, which is really fucked up. But through talks with a therapist and stuff, I kind of found out that that's a normal thing for some people in these types of things, but in different situations. Been doing better. I mean, for someone who's kind of been through like my fair share of things, like I've had them, like some of the things pop up when like as like a fear response of turning back into a depressed, numb person who just never really had much emotion to believe on. But it also could be a subconscious thing of fearing that come back. It could be many different things, but I don't know for sure. Otherwise, I'd totally help, but even then, I'm not licensed to help, so. If I was, though. But, yeah, it's a very weird subject because the brain can break so easily to such small things that I understand why the license is necessary. Like, it says something when you can be so bad at your job that you can lose your license too. There's certain people that have fallen under that, which says something. One of which being a conspiracy theorist. It says something that being a conspiracy theorist like that actually can get your license removed. Especially if you're, like, doing a bunch of stuff. Like, there's so many things that can get your license removed. Like, I think for me, one of the best ways to explain it is sometimes it can be very out of place for someone, and really only licensed therapists can help in that type of stuff. Because it can even be a small thing that can set off reactions for it. Like, for example, I know one thing recently, for example, the whole thing. I actually watched the newest episodes of Hazbin Hotel finally, um, but and they were amazing. But it's episode 4 that I'm thinking of, where there was so many people that like got annoyed by it, trying to see it as a bad thing, but a lot of victims of SA, aka sexual assault, um, saw it as surprisingly accurate representation, and the main reason that people don't like it are they're uncomfortable, but also the fact that there's the possibility of younger sexual assault victims who haven't spent as much time um, processing it and moving forward. It could set off type of thing, but it could set off their trauma type thing. But it's interesting to kind of look at those things because those are some of the examples of even small things that could set someone off. So, honestly, even something small as that could set off a dream. Like, in all honesty, it could just be some random thing from a show. But it also explains a lot about the human brain when that type of stuff can, like, activate our neurons in a way to just be like, danger. Which is interesting, but also says how well written certain things are when they can do that. And it like something that is well written that is supposed to be a bad thing will make you feel uncomfortable. Like that's the whole point. Like if you're experiencing abuse in a show, it's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable in some sort of way if it is done right. Like because let's be honest, no one likes to see that except for like maybe one or two people who want to do it for some reason because there's some people out there who find pleasure in that, which eh, as long as it's consensual, I don't give a fuck. Do what you do in your bedroom type shit. Just don't do illegal shit. But it's one of those things of I've seen my fair share of bad writing for a lot of things, and honestly, that was one of the better ways to write it, in my opinion. And I think it's a similar thing that kind of falls under like a mixture of that. Because I know like I've been doing really well mentally, but there are times where my depression spikes, for example. Like all that stuff can kind of mix together. Like, and I think the best way to really go about it is either talk to a therapist or just try and figure it out on your own, but I would not suggest doing it on your own because it becomes a lot harder and easier to find misinformation. Because, hoo boy. That's why licensed therapists are important. Or counselors. They're very useful as well. Same for psychiatrists. Basically, just mental health field. Like, there's a lot of interesting stuff in the mental health field. Like, um, one thing you can't do as a therapist, counselor, or psychiatrist is you can't serve any member of your family because there's a mental thing that a lot of people do where when someone says they're fine in the family, they just want to believe it despite anything, and it's a very hard thing to get past type thing where they won't push as hard as if you are just some random stranger or an actual just normal client. Like, and it's a very and it's believed that part of it is due to bonds, but I'm not a professional. I don't know everything about that stuff, but it's still a really interesting topic. Like, just in general, it's an interesting topic to me. Like, there's so many things that make no sense at first until you actually look into it and you're like, oh, that makes a lot more sense. Like, I still think about, I think it's like Rukund or something. I don't know how it's said, but it's a lake in the middle of, like, it's this lake in the Himalayas that has like somewhere between 300 to 800 skeletons, if I remember correctly, but due to a mixture of tourism and stuff, people have been moving the bodies from their original place and making sculptures, which is even more fucked up. But also, from what we know, from what we've done, we know that the first group were from the area in some form, which is Group A, and then Group B and C weren't. They were Mediterranean Greek in origin, most likely, and mainly survived off different things. Like the non-consensual stuff, RP as a trauma response type thing. Like reveling the experience in controlled environments, stop brain from shitting itself moment someone touches me. Like, I think it's more of a thing of frick. I'm gonna finish my first thought though before I forget. But basically, Group A died to most likely hail, but Group B and C died to most likely the cold. and it actually left like a bunch of stuff. But I think what's crazy is it also showed that we can study the calcium and stuff inside the bones to tell what someone, like the main diet of someone within 20 years of their meals after their passing. So basically, like, let's say you were eating rice for your last 20 years of your life and died, they could see that, which is really cool. Or even animals that eat rice. My brain, oh, someone touched me. Oh yeah, it's the trauma responses can be some of the most aggravated things over small stuff. Like, I am someone who jumps very easily because of my fair share of responses, but it's like, especially physically, when someone touches me, I jump quite a bit, but there's like certain things I can't do, like because I just can't stand it mentally. But there's not a lot of shows I've seen that actually do it well either. Like, I know there's some people who are into that shit, and I'm just like, you do you. It's fine. I talk about way worse with my friends, in all honesty. Though the thing I have to worry about is Twitch, because I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about. Because technically, I'm supposed to say the similar thing that I have on my rules of if you're feeling suicidal or have any self-harmed, etc., blah blah blah, go to insert link here. Like what my rules say. Which is one of the things I would suggest, but another one is seeing a therapist. Someone you can talk to, like a counselor. Because I will say talking therapy is so good. I would not suggest group therapy though. It gets very boring and especially if you're an introvert, it's one of those things of, I don't want to talk to people. But yeah. I know, like, hell, honestly, Hazbin Hotel did a really good job at displaying one type of reaction to sexual assaults and sexual abuse that a lot of people don't want to mention, but is more common than people want to admit, and that is sexualizing it. Some people will, like, after that type of thing, will become more sexual or sexualize it, and, like, mentally to try and cope, which is a whole nother thing, but it's also really sad because you look at it and it's like, that's, while it's not the healthiest way to cope, it's still healthier than some of the other ways to cope. Like, it's better than self-harm, it's better than drugs, it's better than alcohol, it's better than all that stuff. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst. But it can help in the healing process a lot in some cases. But eventually they'll have to face that type of stuff. And I think that's one of the things I'm actually glad that they showed. Because with how they did certain things, it's almost like one of the people who wrote that entire scene knew the type of shit from personal experience, which says a lot. But I will say, if you haven't seen Hazbin Hotel, watch it. It is a very good series. It goes a bit fast because they were only given 8 episodes, which, honestly, give shows more than 8 episodes. While they're going fast compared to what they should be, they're going for a good pace compared to what they have to work with for season 1. And I will say, there are certain songs that just get stuck in your fucking head. Like, I still, and like certain repraises of songs, like, I still have in my head the "If Hell is Forever, Then Heaven's a Lie" part from episode 6. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, Episode 6 was insane. Like, I spit out my drink, like, full spit take. Like, it was one of those moments where I'm just here like, holy fucking shit. Because it knocked me out of the park in terms of, like, awe because of how it looked. Like, the music is something I love, but also it confirmed one of my theories I had, and I'm just like, yes, fuck yes. Also, one thing I look at it and I'm just like, fair. Um, I know that I learned a lot of random shit because I'm one of those people that, like, when I was playing Omega Ruby over the weekend, just slowly trying to get further, because holy shit is it a slog to get through. Because I know the story, and it's like, I want my no HMs back. You don't realize how much you hate HMs until you, like, start using them again. Like, Jesus Christ. But I like to listen to things like documentaries and um little info dumps on different topics. Um Especially about archaeological digs and finds because I'm a nerd. But also like different parts of history, different dinosaurs. Like for example, one thing I've known about for a long time, but have seen no documentaries on much of yet, but I haven't really taken much time to look for it. Is the Brontosaurus, because in all reality it wasn't a dinosaur for the longest time. It was created during the Bone Wars by some archaeologists, basically trying to create a new dinosaur for a mixture of fame, money, etc. Until like not even recently anymore, like a few years ago, type where a new sauropod was found that they decided to call the Brontosaurus. So yeah, the Brontosaurus wasn't a real dinosaur for a long time. It was just a conglomeration of dinosaurs. The Bone Wars was a really crazy time in history. Like, if you give me a sec, I can pull up a picture of one of the Bone Wars things. Um, Bone Wars skeleton. Because there's some really sick skeleton. Never watched new episodes yet, actually. I think I should. Oh, you should definitely. But the Bone Wars were really ruthless. Like, I'm talking, like, some really fucked up things were mixed. And ironically, it's what made dinosaurs so popular. Because, let me see if I can find a good picture that isn't, you know, fucked up. But it's also where we got some of what we thought were dinosaurs. Like, it mixed some weird shit. Um, Bone Wars. I'm trying to find a good image that isn't just a skull. So many of them are just skulls and or weird pictures. But like, while the Bone Wars did get some good ones, like for example, like there were some really interesting ones. Oh my god, I see that sheep pushing me. There. But there's some interesting ones. It won't let me show this. God damn it. But I think the best way to explain it is like they would do some pretty weird shit. I'm the thing's being a nightmare for me, but like they'd do stuff like put a triceratops head where it shouldn't be. Like they'd do some really fucked up shit with it. Like Pokemon did a really good representation of it with the Galar fossils. Um like that's kind of what they did is they did shit like that where they took fossils and put like their heads near their butts and shit. Like it was really fucked up some of the stuff they did, but it was all in the name of fame and money. And I will say you should definitely watch the new episodes of Hazbin Hotel. But the Bone Wars was a really interesting like section of history for archaeology that brought a lot of misinformation, but also brought a lot of insight into a lot of the things that were wrong in the archaeological field at the time as well. Like for example, the first ever fully made skeleton of a Spinosaurus was destroyed in World War II. It was the only one at the time as well, if I remember correctly. There was a time we thought the Spinosaurus could possibly walk on four legs. While we know now that it never did, but it could crouch, it's still a funny thing to think about it, because for all we know, the spine could have been a big hump, because it's a similar thing where scientists, we don't know how the flesh stacked up on these creatures. We know that they were more bird-like, though. Like, a lot of the carnivores had feathers, is what we believe. Like, there's all sorts of cool shit. I know, like, when I think of the Spinosaurus with the huge hump, I think about the, walking on four legs and just being a fat crocodile just blomp, blomp. Like, I don't know why I think of that. Like, I just think of that now. And it says something about the type of person I am, I guess. I don't know. But there's so many cool things, like, in history. There's also a lot of fucked up things. I won't lie about that. There is a lot of fucked up things. But history has so many interesting things in it at the same time. Like, it's one of the few things I can go on repeatedly and just say, I love it. Because history has so many things in it that really just break what we know. Like, because now we can study bones and find out what people ate. Also, it's funny when you go up to, it's funny because one thing I know my friend always got tired of hearing was from TERFs was, oh, when they find your bones, they'll misgender you. It's like, if anything, look at most archaeologists. Most of them would be felt so horrible if they misgendered someone. Like, there are so many times where they confirm like one or two skeletons, but most of the time they barely can confirm or most likely could be this gender, though it's unknown for sure type thing. Like, in all reality, it's ironic, but also like very inaccurate how a lot of archaeologists are. A lot of them want to know what their actual gender was, etc., and know more, because then we get to know more about the past. Like, it's a really interesting thing to look into. Like, archaeology was one of the things I was always big into since I was a kid, and I still am big into, like, history and archaeology. And it's to an extent where I know how to make an accurate world because of how actual world like towns, etc., were created. A lot of them are based off different resources and become ghost towns if the resources are not plentiful enough. They spawn a lot near water sources and similar, but the most thriving cities are usually in very good points of place for trade or just for creation of things like loads of certain resources, etc. Like, for example, in my D&D campaign, the capital Hybenforth of Chartenica is next to a pretty big lake, but it also is a big supplier of different types of ores and just machinery due to multiple types of things like caves in the area that produce a lot of resources, which allow things like deep dragons to become more of an issue because they can sometimes come out of the caves. though most have gone extinct to some extent because with how I've done deep dragons, they're basically. Oh, hey Tabs the Bat, welcome to the stream. I hope you're well this morning. But with how I've done most deep dragons, it's basically mush like this fungus that takes over the corpse or egg of a dragon and then basically grows it itself over time, and so its scales are mainly like mushroomy and stuff. So it's like a zombie fungus for dragons. Like it's a really cool thing, but like looking at actual history is so fun for me. You're giving me Ark Survival Evolved flashbacks to LOL. Remember 14-year-old me playing a funny dinosaur game with my uncle, barely functional HP laptop, 30 FPS tops with graphics. Living on Minecraft, having the time of my fucking life. Yeah, like there's some really like dinosaurs and just history are so cool. Like because you can learn so much about things. Like there's some villages that I created in my D&D world that just are ghost towns now. Like Thalmil was this big thriving city until it got overrun by Clockwork Undead, but it's because of where it was located. It was located next to not only an okay body of water, but it also was a perfect middle point for all trade routes of the continent of Frictonia, which allowed a lot of useful stuff, but it also had a very nice field area, so it was very easy to raise different types of livestock like buffalo in the area, which was one of their main stays at the time before it got absolutely fucked over. But it became such a thriving thing due to trade, etc., and being this center point that it literally became the city of trade, similar to how the Tamil kings existed back in the day. Though they existed closer to the ocean, it's not the only settlement that wasn't ocean and stuff. Like it's like if you build a road, like built a city in the middle of the Silk Road that crosses with multiple other roads for trade. Like it adds so much to it, and I find that so fun. At D&D a couple days back, funny coincidence hearing you talk about it when I joined. I mean, oh my god, cherry blossoms! And mangrove? Do I have any emeralds? Do I have any emeralds? Do I have any emeralds? Please tell me I have emeralds. I want cherry. I want mangrove. No! Why is the iron in there? My day is Sag. I'm just gonna eat a carrot in sadness. Eat a few carrots. Oh, I really wanted that. That's a shame. But yeah, like, there's so many cool things about history that I've put into my D&D campaign. Especially with different things, like, one thing I've made known is dragons, when they're with their skeletons, actually have their, brain just freaking blanked on it. But, oh my god. The thing in the middle of your ribs. Birds have it too, but for birds, it goes out and has like a much pointed out version. So I did it similar for the dragons of the world because it's a very realistic thing, and it allows the muscles to attach, allowing wings to be able to flap better. Like it's a really cool little fact that is a very biology type thing, but I'm a nerd, and I know a lot of this random shit because I like to make things realistic. Like, I've even made realistic, like, wild plants, similar to things like Queen's Anne lace, as my grandma always called them, which are these beautiful white wildflowers that, in all honesty, very nice looking. But it's basically a version of that, but they sprout into what look like lilies. But these lilies produce an aroma that stinks a bit because the lilies act similar to a Venus flytrap. It's basically a wildflower that's usually found in a more savanna jungle type area, aka the dry jungles of um, Alamamiri, where it is very thick and jungly, but they basically will attract bugs to eat. History in general is such a fun subject, trying to figure out shit for centuries happen after it's can't even put into words properly. Yeah, history is so interesting sometimes. Like, it's not pretty, that's for sure. It's a very fucked up thing, but it is so cool to look at like history because it puts into context so many things as well. Like, if you know the history behind some things and you tell someone who doesn't understand it, they could be like, "Huh?" Or like I could explain a person who they literally saved their country from the great recesses of a depression. They gave jobs to most of their country. They fixed loads of issues that the country had, and also was a leader. And you might think, oh, that's a good person. No, that's Hitler. Like, he was a great leader because of his charisma and stuff. I mean, one of my hobbies is making languages, but the closest to any history I've done, well, I mean, languages can be really useful, especially in different things. Like, for example, one of my D&D players, um, is a changeling that can turn into animals because I gave him the ability to do that because they had a really good idea. Be a mouse that has amnesia who doesn't remember stuff but is a lost prince from the old civilization that is now basically forgotten for the most part due to a lot of magical stuff from the Great Blinding, which was caused by a spell going wrong, etc. Trying to solve a lot of things that technically can't be solved easily. Basically trying to solve an issue that can't just be easily wiped away and it failing. But it's led to a lot of stuff where he can read any language. So I've gotten to actually like come up with a language with him. So like we can speak like old tongue from before the Great Blinding, basically, as it's called by them, but in reality it's different things depending on where you are in the universe, etc. But it was something that affected the universe because it literally affected reality itself. Because it was trying to fix multiple tears in reality. Yay. Fucking up reality all over again. But it adds a lot of interesting mystery. And I think it was an interesting way to put it because it's brought a lot of like questions from the party. But it's also nice when I get to use like new languages that no one can read. Like um my friend, she can speak Primordial, and she speaks it like crashing waves, like sizzling and hissing, almost like steam. You didn't fuck up reality at least once. You haven't played D&D. True. But no, like I've set up this world so like the gods aren't the top. The Almuhu are the top, which were basically in the void and created the universe as is. And there's this place that is known as in the center of the universe known as the Lake of Magic, or some like that's the best way to put it because the actual name is just Primordial, so it doesn't really have much of a name over sound, but it's basically where all magic is formed, and it's in the middle of the elemental realms, which are at the center of the universe. So you have the elemental realms of radiance, necrosis, plasma, fire, water, air, earth, ice, like all these elemental planes, and the flares off them creating smaller subsections and all sorts. And it creates this really beautiful lake that basically has rivers that create these rivers of magic that act as almost like wormholes in a way. Basically being like these huge astral rivers that allow you to travel faster in space. This makes you think how advanced people were even back in the day. Honest to God, automations were commonplace fucking ancient Sparta. Yeah, they were. And of course, what happened to a lot of it? We lost the knowledge due to a multitude of reasons, one of which being religion and ideologies. Like, one thing we know that was burned a lot, because very few remains of it, or not at all, but at least some documentation, is the first things that were destroyed in Nazi Germany during the book burnings were studies about, like, gender science and stuff like that, and sexuality. A lot of that stuff was burned as well. Like, we lost a lot of history on that because of World War II and the book burnings. And it really puts into perspective that there's a lot of stuff they knew that a lot of people don't want to believe ever existed, when in reality, it's existed for so long that there were books all the way back then. Which is crazy. But then people want to say it never existed. And, like, due to a mixture of ideology, religious intent, etc., historically, a lot of things happen. It's believed that part of what caused the bubonic plague could have been partially, like, part of why it hit Spain so in the way it did is because the Spanish Inquisition and killing cats and stuff could have caused part of it. Though it's unconfirmed for sure, it's still a theory that's out there. I don't know if it's ever been fully confirmed or not, but it's still a theory. Basically has different planar regions, pendulums that swing back and forth and merge at random. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, with how I've done mine, like, each planet, or each plane, is a different planet. So, like, the plane of the 9 hells are different planets of, like, the 9 planets of hell, in a way, that have, like, it's like a fiery place that, where the 9th hell, where Asmodeus kind of sits, I believe it is, the, trying to remember exactly who, I think it's Asmodeus, basically is like a sun. It's like a really cool little solar system thing. Like, I've set up full out, like, solar systems for each of them. Like, the elemental planes, the 4 planes of water, fire, earth, and air, at the end of the universe will explode and create 4 elementals. All of the elemental planes will turn to elementals, but those 4 will basically be responsible for destroying the rest of the universe, causing it to reset and become longer each time. Be around. That's cool. We've come so far. Wrong. Basically, robots and a bit too loud. Wrong answer. Buzzer. Yeah, that's basically about it. Like, in all reality, we lost so much history. Like, from what we know, they did brain surgeries back then. While they didn't have the same amount of use of metal as we did, like, they basically had so much stuff back then. Like, it's believed that they had forms of psychology back then, too. Like, if anything, the thing that has caused the most issues for us is war and people's ideologies, religions, etc., causing people to destroy knowledge or ignore it to an extent where people don't want to believe it, and it just disappears. And it's a terrifying thought, but it also says a lot about history. Like, just in general, history is so interesting because of all these things. And it's one of those things where I feel like with a lot more people, especially in my generation and, like, newer generations, being more interested in, like, history, but also, like, being more willing to just stand up for shit. Like, because we've seen that a lot with, like, millennials, Gen Z, and then Gen Alpha has even done it quite a bit too. Though their oldest is 13, and we don't know what's going to come of it, but we've seen some of them just outright do some things at, like, the older side. But even then, like, there's a good chance that with, like, a lot of the generations, it either repeats and does stuff. Oh, hey, Wrenchbox, welcome to the stream. Good morning, Kiss. Yeah, that it happens a lot. Don't worry. I mean, if it makes you feel better, at least it's not Kia's. It's horrifying. Every time I see it, it's horrifying. One of these days, if I can get affiliate, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make that a point redeem where someone can spend points and it just changes my avatar to that. Like I'm going to make an updated version of that so it just changes to that and becomes Kia's just to fuck with people. Different planes, planets, Magic River reminds me of Eroa's campaign High Rollers podcast. You seen that? Yeah, I've seen High Rollers. The funny thing is, this like before I even like I've watched High Rollers since Lightfall. If you know about that campaign, um, but this world has existed for God because the astral space stuff that I'm like and different planets is from actual D&D lore. Um, but I have added my own spin on certain things. But it's funny because I've been working on this campaign since like God. I was still in high school when I first started working on it, which Jesus Christ, it's been a long ass time. That was before COVID was even a thought in my mind. Boy. But yeah, like astral travel is actually in D&D. Like there's a whole book series on it in the D&D stuff, which is really cool, mind you. Like I haven't watched High Rollers in a while because I haven't caught up on the new campaign because I got been just so busy recently, which sucks, but I know for someone like me I need to. I also have yet to actually catch up on Critical Role. I have yet to finish campaign 1. Like I have yet to well, technically their first release campaign of campaign 2, I think it was, with Vox Machina. I have yet to actually watch past 100 in all reality. Like for the longest time I didn't know who the fuck Critical Role was either, so it's just kind of like it says something about how behind on like the actual D&D community I've been in my life too. So like I'll see all these different things, but I'll also be like really behind at the same time because I'll like when I start my working on my D&D stuff in the background like updating stuff, I just get lost for like a month or so and I'm just like, "Oh shit, it's been how long?" Like that's how it used to be for me. Well, what a great idea. But like my campaign has so many different things in just Pensari itself. And it's funny because I still remember finding High Rollers after I had already created the Frox race, and I'm just like, oh, what's the. Oh, that's very similar. Because the Frox. I've actually thought about changing the name. Me freaking having trouble spelling it. Like, it's a very similar name, and and it's unintentional, but it's like I've thought about changing it just so people don't freaking compare because I'm like but then of course Nintendo releases in Breath of the what in Tears of the Kingdom a freaking Frox species. I'm like god fucking damn it. Like because Kaya's is a freaking Frox and now I'm just here like uh well shit. What now? It's one of those types of moments. But like yeah, I need to catch up on so many D&D groups and like so many things. Like I keep forgetting to. I know for my campaign though in Pensari I have so many things. Like I hope they go to Helionsfer as it's easier to say that way than like actual full thing, but it is a continent that has the Great Crater on it, which was this crater I've always had use for and just never finished. Never watched Critical Role. I'll look for a bit. Things just require my attention. That's okay. Don't worry. It's okay to lurk. Yeah, I've barely watched anything Critical Role, unless you count the Vox Machina series. That's closest I've gotten. Lamau. But the Great Crater I've had for years, and I don't know what to do with it because it's like this deep crater created by like this giant ship creature thing from space where there's supposed to be aliens in the crater. The crater creates a humid environment in this very cold like continent, so it creates like this fog effect, and it's like full of plant life and like weird alien creatures. And then frickin' you get Scarlet and Violet, and I'm just like, God fucking damn it, not again. Like, I just am here like, God damn it, if I use this now, it's going to make people think I took it from that. Like, that is one of the biggest things as a creator I have noticed is, God fucking damn it. Like, that's my reaction every time. So I decided to lean into it and actually add, like, certain things from Scarlet and Violet, so I made some of them actually, instead of just being like these weird alien creatures, some of them will be robotic and some will be more like historical looking instead of just weird alien creatures, so that it at least has some reference. But the final boss was going to be like in this deep cave area that was partially collapsed in that they would need to get another way through, and basically at the very bottom was going to be this like crystalline like metal mixed ship with like all sorts of weird shit, and fighting like this boss that is almost like this AI alien type thing. And I've decided to kind of change that up a bit, but it's still mostly there in that nice pile. It's just ironic now looking at it. My hope, though, is by the end of the stream getting the rest of this cleared out, not gonna lie. But I always like that. To have some stuff I've been working only for someone else to do it first. I know, right? It's so annoying because you're like, God damn it. Because I will tell you, the Frox has existed since like 2016. Like the Frox species, which is what Kaya's is. And I will tell you this now, it's not, I don't expect it to get popular or anything, but it's a fun little species I created for D&D originally, and then turned it into a furry species, then actually turned it back into a D&D species with upgrades to it. Um, but like from D&D you get all, like for the actual like stuff, you get all sorts of interesting things. Like I have a full folder of Frock stuff, like including like this ancient painting that you can find on like a cave wall. Like for example, that's one of them. Um, I have an anatomy thing, like on similar like anatomy structures. Um, like I even have things I could technically put up as adopts if I really wanted. Like I originally did, but no one was interested in them, so I'm like, forget it. But like I've had so many things I've done for it that's just like I've even done the whole magic cycle thing that they have because with Frox they basically have this aura ability that ties into the elements of their area due to many different things, which are both fucked and not fucked in its own way, and yeah, but like there's curses and stuff that can happen that can change forms. All frogs basically have horns and wings in some form, but they're basically like furred and scaled in different places. So like some can be really fluffy with like very few scales, and others can be very scaly with very little fluff. And it like depends on where they're born and like the region. Like there's aquatic based ones, there's all sorts, but they're basically a species that has mixed tech and magic and stuff in their own ways. Haven't made unique species yet, but I've tried to do a monster for D&D only to discover it was already a D&D thing. Yeah, I've made my fair share of special monsters. Like, I did a, if you've ever seen Centaur World, um, I made a monster sheet for the Nowhere King. That was a fun boss battle. Like, it was a watered down version of it because it wasn't meant to be the real Nowhere King, but it was still a funny little side quest that sparked a little like, wait a minute. But basically, whenever it like got hit, like um after like whenever it got hit for over like 20 damage, I believe, um it had a 50-50 chance of dropping a black pudding and stuff like because as anyone who's seen the series knows, it literally will vomit up its black sludge. And I'm like, what if that was a monster? So I literally brought in the black pudding. But it was like this really big and just fucked up creature, but it was worth it. I think one of the players still has the fucking skull. Like, unironically, they still have the skull, I think. And it's funny because I still remember one of the characters only had slashing weapons against the black pudding, so they were just copying it until it just was all dead because they copied it too much. But it also led to some really funny ideas that I really am glad they did. Like um, one of them is part orange dragon, so they breathe liquid sodium. And as anyone who is seen what happens when sodium hits water, I think you can guess what they decided to do with the water genasi slash dragon in the party. Frickin' create a ball of water and just kaboom! And it was a good idea. So, like, I'm actually happy they did it because it was like, oh, fuck, yes, that's awesome. Um, but they also did other things. I know, the funny thing about the changeling is that they got bit by a werewolf alpha, so they freaking got turned into a werewolf. And instead of getting the curse removed, they're like, no, I'm not gonna remove it. I'm gonna stay a werewolf. Despite being vegetarian, meaning they're constantly starving themselves. It's like, okay. I think it's like really fucked up. When you say slice of black pudding it so much you split it into an atom. Yeah, that's practically what happened. Like, there was so many black puddings by the end of it that it was actually insanity. Like, it was to an extent. Oh, hey, 21. I do hope you have a good day at school, though. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, as I was mentioning, though, the black pudding thing was so fucking hilarious. Because it's just like, it just kept happening repeatedly. But then you get the changeling who's a werewolf, and with how they've decided to do it, and I love how they decided to do it, the parts of them that are werewolf still like semi go through their transformation, and whenever they and like so, but they stay the same monochrome color that a changeling does. Starts about like 2 to 3 minutes. See ya. See ya, 21. Hope you have a wonderful day. But they kept it the monochrome color that changelings normally are for their werewolf ears and stuff. So like they have an ears and a tail. So like they're like a literal furry. Like I will say the guy is like edging furry every time, like to an extent where they have almost gone to a furry con. Like they are edging furry so much and it's hilarious. But whenever they lose control of their werewolf form, their eyes will actually go red instead of like the pale white they normally are, which is a really cool thing. Well, I thank you, 21. Sorry about that. I frickin' shoved my mic up so you didn't have to have your ears absolutely bleeding from my sneeze. Edging furry. Yeah, like I don't know how. But I still find it hilarious that like there's me tired one day and he sends a picture in the group chat like who's the guy in there and why is like I my brain was so tired I didn't realize it was them. So like I was like, why'd you post a random hot guy in chat? Like fully not realizing. And their fiance said, "Hey, that's my man." I'm like, "Oh, sorry." It was a hilarious thing because I'm just here like, "Oh, I didn't even notice." Like their fiance is part of the group, but the funny thing is, in game their fiance's character is like crushing after another character of another person, which is hilarious. But the guy made their character pretty like just very confused as a person, like depressed, etc., but also a bunch of other shit. Like the poor thing like decided, okay, so what happened is they were sequestered during the Great Blinding, which caused their soul to shatter in forms where they can't be resurrected if they die. And it was their idea, mind you, to make that. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, let's do it. And so the main form they take of an elven form is actually of a butler that was evil. And this evil butler, um, basically is the part of the reason the Great Blinding happened. And basically, this guy was a kid at the time, had no clue, and was just listening to the butler because friend, who they don't remember, mind you now, because amnesia, but it's led to a whole lot of like funny little things where we both know what's gonna happen. We're both like, yes, because it was their idea to make the butler a ghost that becomes a boss later on, so they have to fight basically it, but also Bor they basically were like, I want them to perfectly replicate me, and then the party has to choose. So basically, because some ghosts can change their appearance even little bits, basically adding fake ears and stuff to look like Boris, and from there it's just, we'll see what happens. Like, so far the only dumb thing that's happened in my campaign is the druid who doesn't use swords has a cursed sword for some reason. I mean, it's not the dumbest thing that's happened in my campaign. I mean, because of the gambling potion, we've had many things like, dear God, there's flesh giants. What the? They're talking. Oh my! What's the ugly one? And she pointed at herself, and I'm like, you're not. And it's like, freaking. It was so weird because the gambling potion gave fourth wall breaking vision, and I just felt so bad, but it was so hilarious. And there's all sorts of random things that were hilarious too, like, oh yeah, just goes running towards the Hydra in Aetherwalk. Hydra gets knocked down by a powerful spell. Hydra just lands on them. I'm fine! Aetherwalk runs out. Ow! Like, it's moments like that where you're just like, oh. Players in my current one are level 3 lol. We started a new one not that long ago. Nice. Yeah, the players in mine are level 7, and we've been going for a little over a year. Almost 2 years, hopefully, if we're lucky. Um, and, like, I'm one of those people that doesn't do level up by XP. I do it by milestone. And those milestones are usually character moments that are, like, big for characters. So, like, the last level up was when they met the BBG, but also got a thing that they don't know yet is related to one of the characters' backstories. And the BBEG knows pretty well that, yeah, she did it to the character's parents, and is just like, maybe this will get me they'll get my trust even more, so he can use them even more. Because, like, he's not an idiot. Like, his intelligence is high. His deception is plus freaking... Like, I just want you to guess his deception. Because his natural deception, like, even if he rolls a natural 1, ain't getting past anybody's natural insight. I'm just saying that now. Like, I don't know how he managed to get it, but he has a plus 19 to his deception without expertise. Actually, no, he does have expertise. I'm dumb. Yeah, it's with expertise. I was thinking of another person who doesn't have expertise as well. But it's like, there's so many freaking crazy boss stuff I have planned. Like, because I know very well that if one of the players decides to fuck with him, they're dead. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, he's the type of person that would just go, fall, and they die. Like, full on lich. Fall. Just boom. High deception builds are fun. Oh yeah, like, and the thing is, he's a very intelligent person too. Like, his intelligence is insane. And like, because he's a warforged, but with how I will tell you how I described it to them, because his design is based off the Quetzalcoatl. So like, I actually used like names from like Aztec like naming conventions, etc. Like, his name is Isel Umbra, and he looks like an older dragonborn with almost leaf-like scales that are browning in areas. And like, I even explained that he has like different feathers and um like wooden parts like attached to his armor. So like, I'm surprised. I don't know if the players know he's a warforged yet or not, but I've described him in such a way, because I gave him a tail too, because we decided to give Dragonborn's tail in mine, because one of my Dragonborn player wanted to have a spike ball on her character's tail. So the Dragonborn has a spike ball on their tail they can use, and it's really fun. But they keep forgetting to use it at times. But it's still a really cool thing. It just adds a bit of like cool lore stuff. But like, I'm one of those people. Fall. You are alone, child. There's only darkness for you, death for your people. The ancients are just the beginning. Great terrible army, and we will sail. You know what? Let me read this in his voice. Ah, fall. You are alone, child. There is only darkness for you, and only death for your people. These ancients are just beginning. I will command a great and terrible army. We will sail to 1,000,000,000 worlds, and we will sail until every light has been extinguished. You're strong, child, but I am beyond strength. I am the end, and I have come for you, Finn. It sounds way creepier in the guys in like the actual BBEG's voice too, because I know what he can do. Because so he has water sphere and stuff, like he has water moves, but he also has the ice move that instantly freezes all water in its radius. And because some of the things aren't and because it's not a concentration spell, he could technically trap them in water and freeze them, causing them to literally just suffocate and die or freeze to death. Like, it's actually horrifying, because like in the lore, like I've actually written that he has done that before to torture his enemies, basically like only leaving like their head out so that they will actually like talk. Like, he is a brutal person, but he will manipulate, and if he has no other option, he will resort to violence and reveal his true colors, because he's basically a god that had their divine spark taken away and was cursed due to many reasons, but the party doesn't know that. And I'm interested in seeing how they're going to react when he does double cross them, because I have this big plan, and the party are going to be the ones to help him get a divine spark back unintentionally if they keep going the way they do. Has a lot of magic items, plan to give every item to the players. Don't claim to be BEG. Give them infinite attunement slots to see what happens. Oh gosh. If they get infinite attunement slots, that means, oh god, even the villains get that? Oh, that's terrifying. Though infinite attunement slots is even more terrifying on one class specifically, and that is the Artificer. Because the Artificer gets bonuses with that. Oh boy. The Artificer is actually a terrifying class when used right. Um, I think what's really cool is the Water Genasi Dragon hybrid, their father, the dragon, would take on a Fire Genasi look. And basically, if he were to ever turn back to a dragon, which he did, out of pure rage when he thought his family had died, would be stuck in that form until the curse was lifted, which can only be lifted in a couple ways, but they don't have access to that. But he used to be a full-on, like, artificer, like, making toys and stuff for, like, people. Like, he was an artificer slash tradesman, and he was out doing trading when it all happened. So he basically came back to the scene and just, yeah, basically wiped what undead were still there and grieved the thing because, for all he knew, his wife and daughter were dead because he went to the spot and the boat was still there, like, at least what he thought was left of the boat, because of so many burned parts, but also blood and just ash. Most of the things gone, and his wife's weapon basically left there. So, of course, and of course being a dragon, he can't exactly get into the Underdark easily, where his daughter was. So it's like, can't do much. But I have thought about taking one thing from Aerois for a possible future thing. With the, BBEG, when he's a god, and that is being able to, concentrate on 2 spells at once. Because it makes sense for a god to be able to do that and stuff. Like, I've thought about taking that and using that to my advantage, because, oh boy, could that be terrifying. I know one thing is, right now they're in the lair of a mummy lord. Right back at the like an automatic, how are you? I'm alright. But yeah, like, it's actually kind of fun what I have planned, because, oh, it's gonna be so fun to see their reaction when, like, because I've thought about making it so we can attune to multiple things just to add that level of, oh god, what did we get ourselves into? Because I think it will be fun. Because I'm one of those people who loves, like, small stuff that, like, know you can get terrified by. And I know for me, I'm just here like, wow, this is gonna be crazy. I know that, I have a plan that basically, when they do end up doing certain things, depending who's there, etc., it'll have different outcomes. But let's say that somehow that one player who's been a bit of a nuisance in his own ways actually, like, gets his shit together and stuff and gets better at it. If his character is there, let's just say his character isn't gonna like what's gonna happen because of, like, the actual backstory of the character, and I have set it up in a way where it's gonna just absolutely terrify everyone and just show that it doesn't matter what you think, the DM has all the power that in that type of situation, because it's basically making the BBG even more terrifying than it already is. Like, imagine, like, I think the best way to put it is, imagine your god having their divine spark taken away because of a mistake. Like, that's terrifying in general. But when you find out that you unintentionally helped cause that, that adds a whole new level of, oh fuck, we fucked up. So, it's a really cool idea I had that I'm probably going to do with one of the clerics. And it really depends who. If it ends up being one of the clerics doing it, if it doesn't, there's a few other things that can happen, and it's gonna be really fucked up because as soon as he gets his divine spark back, he goes full like god mode again, like turning back into his more natural form, like Quetzalcoatl looking ass. And it's gonna be terrifying for the party because, hoo boy, I know that like I purposely made him look like he's a tragic character if in case, but in all reality, he's just a villain who is evil to be evil. And I love that because you don't get to see a lot of good ones all the time. He's basically if Firelord Ozai was even crazier with manipulation than he already is. Think like Firelord Ozai and Sozin and Azula, like all their personalities and traits mixed. That's basically the best way to explain it. Basically, you're fucked. But, like, I did it in such a way that, like, they won't know. Not yet, at least. And, like, I've dropped hints. I've made it so it isn't, like, unrealized. Like, it can be, like, it can't be realized. I've made it so they can realize. Like, I've dropped little hints here and there from the times they've talked to him. And so far, no one's really made it known to me. And I have kept that so tightly hidden in such a way that I don't think they actually know. And if they don't, it just makes it that much better when they go, holy shit, he was playing this whole time. How did I not realize? Type thing. Like, those are always the best ways for me when you get to surprise someone as a villain. Like, I love being able to do that. Like, how did I not know? Type reaction. Like, those are so fun to watch, especially in D&D. Like, I still remember one thing because... So what I try to do is I try to give a lot of the main villains and stuff, like, as well as the, like, guards and stuff for these villains, different fears and aspirations, but also, like, families, so that if the party ever decides to spare them, like, and it's not always a big thing, it's usually, like, randomized on a table for me, but it can lead to things like someone has a family and they're literally doing this to pay for it, so the party could spare them, save a lot of pain, and possibly gain an ally out of it. They did so with one of the characters, Shard, where they spared her. And, like, they took her down, but they didn't kill her. And they gained an ally from it. But they also gained a little reward from it because instead of getting, like, her mithril plate mail, they got a magical blessing of an Aasimar who is part demon, part angel. But they also have the possibility of going to the celestial realms to help her find her father and possibly getting more loot and more story from just a random side character. Like, they they decided to spare this werewolf who turned out to be the little girl. And it was so confusing because so many things were said in such weird ways during that session that, like, we didn't all understand which room everyone was in. I was like, wait, you're not in the living room? No, I'm in the bathroom. Like, what do you mean you're in the bathroom? I don't know, I just want to sit in the bathroom. Like, what? I'm so confused. And everyone's like, can I be in the window staring at the little girl? I'm like, you don't think this little girl would be, like, telling you, can you not do that? Fair point. Like, it's shit like that where I'm like, what in the hell are you doing? But, like, it's led to so many weird things where I'm like, you think that someone's not gonna react to this? Why are you buying clothes at the soups? Exactly! Like, I still remember, with how I did, one of the things, because the character's like, I want to be in some sort of conflict when they find me again. I'm like, Okay, I'll see. So you find her fighting with the librarian. I just dog-eared the page. You burnt the book because you accidentally dog-eared the page. Like it, like I was yelling and everything, like, and we were like yelling back and forth like in roleplay, and it was so dumb but so funny because it's so in character for her. Like she just got so pissed that she did that, and it's so funny because it's not even like she could technically make a magical like imprint on there if she really wanted, but no, she just instinctively dog ears, and then she got mad she did it, and it's so dumb but so funny because you get these little moments. They also have a pet direwolf that is undead. That's another thing. They call it Squishy Pudding, and she is literally this undead direwolf that I still remember to this day. Frickin' everyone remembers it, and it's a weird thing that like comes up here and there of. So, do you remember when you tried to get with Squishy Pudding? Okay, I wasn't thinking, because at the time she was undead and a direwolf, mind you, and they weren't thinking. They just heard enemy and were like, maybe I could try and seduce it. It's an undead wolf that's on your side. It's not an enemy anymore. It was resurrected by the Death Cleric. And and basically, instead of using it, the raised dead all the time, they asked if they could spend time to craft a collar type necklace to basically keep it alive, so I let them. I once lent someone my PHB, and their dog eared. They dog eared it. Oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Like, I have a bunch of the books. Like, I have a bunch of the books. Most of them are digital form, so people don't dog ear them. But, like, I've gone through all the classes and stuff. Like, I've taught them new things. But I think one of the craziest things is, compared to most parties, because I remind them here and there about some things, they're one of the only parties I've actually seen use their tool strengths. Like, it's when the player for Boris said, "Can I use my thieves' tools to try and disarm this flame trap?" Sure, go ahead. Nat 20 plus proficiency plus sleight of hand. So I allowed them to take a part from it. Like, there's so many cool things that I'm just like, oh yeah, you can do that if you like roll well enough. Like, one of the players has the ability to, with an herbalism kit and a brewer's kit and alchemist supplies, and can make potions. They could make healing potions for the party if they take the time. They could grow like the herbs for it. Like, they wouldn't have to spend as much money basically. But like, I'd totally give them the time to do that if they wanted to go back and like do that. And the cool thing is, they basically have this privatized teleportation circle that always existed but needs a specific rune. And so I basically gave it to them, and they now have like a home base that they haven't gone back to yet. Just a bunch of tool proficiencies. Just need to talk DMing first, lol. Yeah, I'm the same way. I have so many characters I want to play, but I'm always the DM. Like, I'm like the forever DM of my group, because I'm the only one who like can handle it without having full-on anxiety attacks right now. I know the others want to try DMing eventually, even if it's for a one-shot, and I really do hope they do try. But like, with all the stress that I have, I can see why they're like nervous about doing it too, because I set up everything. But it's like, I'll still lend my stuff, like bring some of my stuff if you want to use it for one shots, etc. Like, I've even said that. Like, I am the forever DM. Like, I've used my characters and things. Like, one of the characters I really wanted to use personally was Phallic Serlo, who's an artificer wood elf. So I actually made it like an NPC, but basically he lost his hand adventuring. And so he has this arcane gauntlet, which is basically a magical hand. And he uses it like with like a lightning launcher and shit, like, and he has this ability where he can technically cause it to thrust out into like a rocket thing, but it basically he has to go pick it back up if it doesn't break. But it's such a small but funny little thing because it can create a lot of stuff. Like, I had a really dumb idea where he does that and like gets knocked out like like not even a turn later and wakes up like, oh, my arm, oh wait. Like, that was one thing I thought about doing, and I'm like, that would have been so hilarious. Like, full on, like, think Toph style type jokes. But it's small stuff like that where I'm like, I wish I could use this character myself without being a DM. Because I have so many cool characters I could roleplay. Like, I have a character, Roosevelt O'Neill. She's a Azamar monk who's, like, just a badass. Like, ages ago, I ended up playing a half-orc that had lost both legs and basically ended up a robotic gun process. Okay, that's really sick. Like, honestly, I love when you get to create characters like that. Like, I've actually thought about one in particular. Basically, a druid who lost, like, one of their legs, and instead of just replacing it with, like, a mechanical one, etc., what they did is, it basically is like a tree trunk that they can, like, plant themselves into the ground. And my thought was to kind of have that where, like, they kind of walk like a peg with a peg leg type thing, which is hard. Like, it's almost like a cane, where they use their staff as a cane. But the whole plan was, like, they could plant themselves, and that's how, like, they use their spells, is they plant it into the ground with, like, their staff and stuff. Like, that was one thing I thought about, like, with plant growth, all the roots from it come out and, like, separate, creating, like, this plant growth type thing. Like, that was one of the ideas I had. Like, I want to create, like, I love creating more characters that are, like, disabled in ways, too, because it can create some really cool ideas, too. Plus, the disabled community doesn't get a lot of representation, I've noticed. Like, from personal experience. And, hell, in real life, they aren't really. A lot of people will do a lot of horrible things to people who even look disabled, which is sad. But, that's besides the point. Like, I have so many cool ideas for so many characters that I really want to use. But then being Forever TM, it's just like, oh. Like, it's really fun when you get to use all these different characters and things. Like, that's always one of the fun parts about D&D for me, is just being able to try all these new ideas I got. And I wish I could do that more, because it's honestly really fun. And I really think a lot more people would enjoy it too. I know for me, I'm just here like, yeah, let's do it. Because I know either way, a one-shot where I'm not the DM sounds so fun. But I also know the players love when I am DMing because I'm good at making the stories and stuff, and I'm just like, it's because I'm a history nerd. It's just that, and I know how to make believable shit because I know history. But it's like, a lot of my group is story into Dragon Max into, but he says it's overwhelming. I tried to get one of my exes into D&D as well, and they just got bored because they wanted to use guns only, and I'm like, you realize that this doesn't have what you think it has. And and like, even then, most of the guns are magical, and he didn't have any idea what he wanted to do. He wanted to play a ranger with a gun, but it's like, I was talking to him about it, and he decided to just do a bow because, like, you realize how you realize that the guns have the reload thing, and I kind of explained to him, like, oh, that's just gonna be annoying. But he also thought it would just be all battle, and it's just like, really? Like I also had a ex-girlfriend who actually was into D&D, but not very, but just never wanted to play, just liked watching it. Yeah, guns in D&D are not good unless they're magical, I found. Like, if anything, the whole reload thing's kind of boring. So what I did is I took a thing that Erois had with the magic imbued Thunderstone pistol thing, and I basically that you can buy like they're basically like spellstone bullets that basically will have a spell inside that can be activated, but it causes like a thing to your gun, etc. But it's a small thing that's just like, oh yeah, you can use that. Like I added that just so people could do it. Like one of the player characters, who sadly had to leave due to just being busy, etc. Um, they had a pistol. They basically got a little mini revolver pistol. It was a revolver that they basically turned into a pistol. Like they magically implemented certain things and stuff, and it was really cool. And they'd use it to like use some of their bard spells. It was really interesting. I know one of the things they did is they used Eldritch Blast because they were a bard warlock with the pistol, so it just went Eldritch Blast bullet, and it was hilarious. Yeah, spell bullets just make it way more interesting. But yeah, like a lot of it is just really not the best for guns. But it also makes sense because if you think about it, in medieval times, guns were not the best, but they still existed. But one of the things a lot, like, they probably wouldn't make better guns off the bat anytime soon because spells are just like near instant for a lot of like these bigger spells that deal way more damage and faster. So it's just kind of like, why would a lot of people want to make it when you have magic in a primary in a place where you can learn magic even if you don't have magic? And that's if you want to learn it. So like it's not like this big thing a lot of people would look into really quickly either. Like that's one thing I thought about as well because I'm a nerd. Nerd. But it's like it's small stuff like that that I pay attention to. Little things about history. Yeah, like basically any spell above level 3 is basically a gun. Like in all reality, like some of them are just even better than guns. Like disintegrate, yeah. No evidence left behind. But it's like in all reality, guns aren't going to upgrade anywhere near as fast as they did in real life because who's gonna wanna? Because in all reality, there's no reason to when you have these really strong things you can just do automatically without one. And you don't need to reload it either. You just need, for some things, you just need a little rest. And boom, you got a bunch of spells back. For some. Or for others, it's just like, yeah, I just need to take a nap. But even then, you still can swing, like, bolts of fire out of your fingertips. Like, a gun really ain't gonna do much. Like, in real life, it does more. But in D&D, it does not do a lot. Even the magical guns only do so much. Which says something. Like, I'm one of those people who is, like, all for trying new things, but sometimes it's just like, damn. That sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've gone through so many shovels. But it's gonna be worth it. I know it will be. And it's almost nighttime, isn't it? Yep. But, like, D&D really did not have the best of guns. Also, I'm surprised at the lack of, like, mortars and stuff you can get. You know how much I would have loved to use a bamboo mortar? Like, it sounds so fun to use a bamboo mortar. Like, just in general, being able to use, like, one of those more ancient technologies. Just like, cha-chunk! Boom! Just sounds so fun. Some other games like Eminem and Deadlands and stuff. I know for me, like, D&D, what I've done is I just turned it into homebrew mainly. Like, I keep a lot of the basic rules, but I've also added other stuff. Like, I've added a burning effect. I've added drowning as separate than suffocating because, let's be honest, if you're drowning, you still can move, just nowhere near as much as you can. So that's why I kind of made it differently. Like, so it basically cuts your movement speed into 1/3 of what it normally is. But it also, like, makes it different than suffocating. I also added, like, a freezing effect, so, like, if you're in a freezing environment or a very hot environment, you actually get affected by it in other ways than just exhaustion at first. Like, because in all reality, like, if you're burning, like, in hot lava, it's not just going to go exhaustion and fire damage. No, it is going to, like, burn away your skin, and you are going to be on fire afterwards. And, like, and if you're in a freezing environment, you are going to start getting frostbite. And, like, another thing I added to add just a little bit of realism is freeze shock, which if you warm up too quickly, like, after something, and it basically deals damage because, yeah, that's what happens. It causes your body to go into shock. And it can also be activated by jumping into, like, something freezing out of nowhere, too. Like, it can cause freeze shock. Like, I've added small things like that where, yeah, it just adds a bit of realism and adds a bit more to the stakes, but also more to ideas they can do with it. Like, they have a fire dragonborn, and they have someone who is a water genasi who could make ice. Like, they could technically cause some of that type of stuff if they wanted to. And it's really just about thinking. Like, whenever they get hit by a crit hit that knocks them down, I make them roll an injury table. One of which is just instant death if it rolls nat 1. But I also have other stuff that, like, if it's a hit that, is while they're down especially, like if they're prone, it has a chance for the injury. It's basically whenever it knocks you down or you're prone when you get hit by a nat 20. And only one of them has actually gotten it, and lo and behold, it was the Dragonborn. Right after she said, "Oh, what's the worst he can do anyway?" Nat 20 breaks the fucking arm. Just really... It's like, you just had to tempt fate. Has different effects based on damage type and stuff. Oh, that's so cool. Because, like, that's how I've done it basically on that, but also, like, um, it's a basic injury table, but the severity and types of injuries depend on where you are and what damages you. So, like, um, let's say you get really bad injury, like, you could have, like, your ear cut off, and it basically, like, makes it so your perception through hearing is at disadvantage. Like, it lessens it. It's one of those things of, like, and it also kind of lessens your acrobatics a bit because, as anyone knows, that also helps with balance. Fun fact. But also other things too, like there's one like that just will fully cleave off like a part of the body. Like if it's especially from like a great sword or a great axe, like that's gonna cleave off a part of the body at times. But also, I have some that are like if it like a full part of your body will just be frozen and like be frostbitten. Excuse me. And that frostbitten part basically is near impossible to fully recover easily, if at all, causing amputation to be a possibility. Which also gives another use for medicine checks. Like, and then for burns, there's also stuff like, if you get burned too bad, like, yeah, you're gonna lose some nerve endings there. But it also means that, like, with how I've done it, there's a chance that if you get hit hard in that area, you won't notice how bad, like, an injury could be there. If it's in, like, a weird area. Like, you could be bleeding from there and not notice all the time. Like, it's a random chance. It basically would be based off passive perception. And a few other things. But it's like, it's small things just to make it more realistic in some ways. But also to add more types of things of like, I should keep an eye on this. Because, like, one thing is that I did is if they break a rib and they don't do anything to try and, like, stabilize that area, etc., and they just keep going, like, and fighting, they have to roll at disadvantage. And, like, just in general with the rib thing, but if they don't move at half speed and just keep running and, like, keep pushing themselves, there's a low chance that it might puncture something, because that can happen. It just adds a bit more to injuries than just, oh, it injury, it make thing disadvantage. It adds more actual effects to it too, like, and I find that so much more fun because it just adds some cool shit. Like, if one person were to break their jaw, they would not be able to talk easily, at least. They'd need to use some form of sign language or writing. I know another thing is just like, there's some really cool ideas for it too. Like, a character could, like, I've even made it so, like, a character can aim for a specific part of the body at, like, it would be a higher DC, but if they aim for it and they hit it, they have a higher chance without needing a crit to damage that area and possibly cause the injury table. It's basically if they roll an 18, 19, or 20, then they get to roll on the injury table for that hit. And it's a small thing, but it's still, like, more accurate, because that's if they hit the area. Depending on the size of the area, and depending on what they're using, depends on the severity and how good the DC is. Like, it's just one of those interesting things that I kind of added for the fun of it. Because I know no matter what, it's going to be cool. And they've already experienced it a bit, and they found it fun. I know the gambling potion's another one that's really fun. I think one of these days I might, like, if I ever do, like, release it publicly, I'll release multiple tables for it that you can basically roll for which table it will be. And, like, you can randomize the table yourself as you like. But some of them are really crazy, like, oh yeah, a demon somewhere in the world hates you and is now your bitter rival. Or, you now gain permanent constitution +1, or permanent reduction to your strength -1. Like, stuff like that, where it, like, can affect big, or weird stuff like, your skin now looks like stained glass for the next 24 hours. Or, you turn a random color, which is up to the DM, or, as I like to do, up to a quote-unquote randomizer, because nothing is truly random. But it's just a cool little thing that I've done just to add little bits of, like, ooh, cool, that's interesting. And the players love it. So, no complaints there. It's probably my favorite of all my created items, because it's such a unique but fun item. And the players always use it whenever they get a chance. Like, they almost always use it. Like, one of the players 2 times in a row got flaccid teeth. Like, and I've made this like a legendary, like almost artifact level item that is very hard to get usually, but it's both good and bad in how it affects people. And to create such a thing would be very difficult and very time consuming for anyone, but it's still cool enough that like it's rare. You can try something, you could get something very useful in a battle, or something very hindering, like being turned into a potted plant. I wish I was shitting you. That is a possibility. Like, think wild magic table and, like, deck of many things mix. Oh, yeah, no, it happened multiple times. I mean, there's some really fucking weird ones, too. Like, there's one that turns you into a tiny bird with big, burly legs. So, like, it's this thick legged bird. It's really weird and really funny at the same time to me. But I specifically made it in a way where no matter what you do, there's always an outcome that you're not going to fully expect, and it's always going to be fun, which is the whole point of the gambling potion, is fun. Because without fun, it's what's the point? And that's kind of why I made it, because it brings an element of chaos into it, which brings fun for people. Like, my players love it, so I'm happy they love it because I spent so long and I still add new stuff to the table. Like, you can even add your own stuff. But, like, it's basically this crystalline bottle, this small crystalline bottle, where it changes a random color relating to or not fully relating to a thing. Like, one of which can turn you into a tree for, like, few hours. Like, some of them are you gain a curse for 1d4 plus 1 hours, etc. But for ones that don't say any specific time, they last for just the day, unless it says permanent, and then it's permanent. And the only way to cure it is usually through a god, wish, or greater restoration. But it's usually wish or a god that you need, um, unless said otherwise. But it's still cool. Like, remove curse doesn't work on most of them either. But I kind of put it that way, so it just kind of adds that chaos. It's fun. People enjoy it. Like, if anything, it's weird. Because some of them are, like, really horrible, but others are really, like, good. It's a risk-reward type item. Like, I know, we've gotten the weird ones. Like, holy shit, there are some weird ones. But we've also gotten a lot of cool ones, too. I think one of my favorites, though, will forever be the frickin' flesh giants and the fourth wall breaking. It was hilarious. And honestly, I'm surprised no one has made a similar potion before and made it like this public thing that people can use. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna release, like, put it on my server or not, and if I ever do, I probably would make it like a thing where I put the gambling potion stuff that's up, and then just let people go crazy with ideas that they come up with, and just see what they want to, and like look at what I might add, etc. Like, that's one thing I've thought about doing, because it's one of those things where like, I might add this, I might not, who knows? Because I add all sorts of weird little curses, just random shit that usually pops into my head that sounds fun and like it's gonna cause chaos, which is exactly what I love. Chaos. But I just find it more interesting to just see how people are gonna react to it. And that's why I've kind of thought about getting a full-on like thing that people can download and like, oh yeah, just randomize the tables if you so choose, etc. If you roll a 100, it always will add another effect, etc. Like, because if I can get it fully written out and stuff, like as a full item for people to use, then maybe more people will find it enjoyable. And I don't care if it becomes popular or not, but I still think it would be fun either way. Because I know my group's gonna forever use it, ever since I mentioned it. It's gonna be one of those universal things that you can possibly find. There was an idea we had for a one shot where instead of doing every dawn, like every in-game hour, you have to take another swig of a new gambling potion, and if you don't, you get like one bad thing, which could be worse or better, but you get like you have multiple characters for the whole session that you can use. And it's basically a one shot where you have to survive like these trials while drinking that every hour. So like you could get like up to like 25 strength or something by the end of it if you're lucky, like really really lucky, or you could just die. Just instantly die. Like it could bring a lot of fun. One thing do you know those pop things that you can get for like dice where you like pop it and it goes frick, what's oh my god, it's in the game Trouble as well. You press it, it goes boom and rolls the dice. I've thought about getting that for D&D just for the gambling potion alone because I know the players like rolling the numbers of the D100 to see what they get. And I feel like because of all of us, we know we'd get distracted like, "Oh, fun." Pop sound. Like that would be us. That is my group in a nutshell. But I totally could see that being fun to use. And I've thought about getting it because it you can put any D&D dice in it you like, and I've thought about getting like a special set of dice that is for the D100 specifically for that. And then basically roll whichever table it's going to be from behind the screen so that they can't fully guess what it could be. Because you could roll 26 and on one table get like I don't remember exactly what 26 is, but you could get something like all the mushrooms around you are screaming. Or now I've heard of every time you find a duck, it will follow you. And sometimes and like you don't even need to tell the players what it is. You could just leave it a surprise. Like one time it was any anyone who has the same name as you or similar names will basically find you attractive and ask you out for the rest of the day. And it was really dumb, but funny. Like, it's small stuff like that. Like, mushrooms be like, ah! But it brings another layer to the chaos of D&D that just, you don't get anywhere else. And that's why I kind of want to make it a thing that people can download as like a possible like PDF or like Google Doc that they can use. Because I think it would be really fun. Because then other people get to try it out and use it, and it's not like stuck there. Hell, one thing one of my players said is, could you turn it into a full like if we get the chance, can we turn it into a campaign book and stuff, and maybe do like a Kickstarter with it? And I asked why, and they're like, so maybe I can buy a full campaign book and some of my friends can who find the stories interesting, and I'm like, maybe. Oh, a custom wild magic table sounds fun. Do you want to know what one of my favorite ones for the gambling potion is that I never get to have gotten to use yet? Because it is my favorite one so far would be you are just sitting there and every time you touch an object, you see its past is one of my favorites, but my true favorite is a portal to the fire plains opens up in your stomach. Just so you just have this portal to the fire plains in the middle of like your stomach of your body. So it's just how's hell doing? Ah! But it also could be really funny if you're in the fire planes because it's just like it's one of those things where it's just like oh my god, what's it called? Where it just keeps going down and down and down, and it's just focused, and it'd be focused on the person. So it's just a constant like, and it's hilarious. Just small stuff like that. I actually made my fire plane really cool because not a portal to California. You're not wrong. But no, like, it's a funny thing because I made the fire plane both dangerous and beautiful. So, like, you could be there and it's dangerous, deadly, toxic ash, etc. But if you have the magical stuff to kind of stay there for longer, etc., like, you'll see, like, flowing lava falls and stuff. You'll see pillars of different colors of fire burning and creating all sorts of beautiful structural looks, etc. Like, it's small stuff like that where I'm like, it's beautiful yet deadly. I want to do more of that with more planes. I just haven't taken the time to do it with every plane. But like I have full like histories written out about each of the elemental planes and like how they look. Like I have spent so long on that alone that it might be an issue. But it's up to others to decide whether it is or not, I guess. Isn't an issue for me. But I love doing it so much. Just creating all these lore and stories and looks for these different planes. But I find it really cool because it adds a lot of stuff. I know that one thing I really am excited for is for the players to get to certain spots because I get to do more with the players when they get to Arden Jamala, um, which is north of Ala Mumiri, and it has the Dragonborn clans in it, which aren't exactly the best people, but like I've added a full thing. Like they're pretty racist in their own ways against half dragons and half dragonborns, like very purist type in their own ways, but also like cults and stuff that like are hidden behind the scenes that cause it, which is why the one of the many reasons the dragonborn in the party left. But it also added so many things to it, and I'm excited to do more on the lore there because the Dragonborn in the party is basically, if he goes there, he would get arrested as a murderer. Um, and if the Water Genasi Dragon hybrid went there, or even any form of part dragon went there, they would be targeted. So it would create a lot of interest and introspective because I'm just looking at certain things like, this could work really well. Because I know I love doing the political stuff in D&D too because I love doing diplomacy with the players because it adds so much roleplay. But last time we did it, we had a whole thing of, are you racist? And fights and other shit. Which, yay. Though it is funny that one of the most, like... It's funny because you get this blood hunter who's pretty violent in her own way and, like, willing to fight any bitch or any undead that comes her way that would hurt her or friends. But is also one of the only, like, player characters that will, like, go out of their way to be like, this is all a misunderstanding. I am so sorry. I can offer you some drugs. Like, stuff like that. And it's so funny and so dumb. Because it's like, she was, like, her original parents were in the mafia till she was, like, 5 when they were killed. Then she was raised by an ex-mercenary, Rose, who also is the one of the council members for the Council of Chartenica, which basically come from all around Chartenica and stuff that basically take care of these different things. And it's funny because she's been raised in so many different she's been raised in two different environments that are both like political in some form, so she understands both of it. Like she has great intelligence but horrible wisdom. So like she's really smart until it comes to like the smarts of wisdom. And it's so fucking funny because she's great at being diplomatic at times. Like very straightforward, not too charismatic. But sometimes she just does not see it. And it's so funny because it's this intelligent like person who just understands so much but just cannot understand some of the wisdom that comes with it, and it's fucking hilarious. And yeah, it's weird, but it's interesting. Like I love my D&D players. Like they're such fun people. And I'm glad that they enjoy the campaign a lot because it's one of those campaigns that I've put so much work into especially. And seeing them act and do their own things can be so hilarious, but also like, oh dear God, what are you doing? Like, that's the forever internal DM worry is, oh God, what are you doing? Because, let's be honest, a lot of party members just always do something that fucks something up, and it's just like, here we go again. But it's only one of the many things. One thing I did do this weekend that I'm really happy I finally get to say I done is I transferred my first ever shiny into Scarlet and Violet, and I realized a glitch that happened with Poke Transporter. I'm like, what the fuck? Because I transported it from Diamond and Pearl. It was a Latias, my shiny Latias. It originally came from Heart Gold Soul Silver. But when I used Poke Transporter, I noticed in Bank, it said it was from the Sinnoh region. And I'm like, what? I put into Scarlet and Violet and stuff. It's from the Johto region again. I'm like, what the fuck? And I don't know if I was dreaming or what. And then I looked into it. I'm like, I know it's a possible glitch, but that was weird. If that really was real, like what? Like it felt so unreal and so weird at the same time that it was hard to process. But I'm just like, okay. I'm just trying to figure out what ribbon I want to give Latias because I looked at the time I caught her. I caught her in 2010. Like I was still really new to Pokemon. I didn't know about shinies and stuff. Like I just thought it was a cool little form thing because I had noticed, oh cool, this Pokemon has multiple forms. Looks at Hippowdon. Because I had only played like a few Pokemon games at the time, but I had never seen a shiny. So I caught it like, oh cool, it's another Hippowdon situation. Except it has a weird effect. Okay, cool. Like I didn't know until a few years after where I realized, holy shit. I could have lost it. Because I caught her in a Ultra Ball. I don't remember exactly if I mean looked or just threw it just straight up, but caught her in an Ultra Ball. I just remember the realization of like, holy shit, that's a shiny, isn't it? My first ever fucking shiny was a Latias. And in Scarlet and Violet, I pulled her out and I'm like, oh my god, it's so nice to see her. And the golden color is beautiful. Like, oh my god, it was amazing. Like, I am so happy. Because seeing Latias like that just really changed something. Because it's been so long since I've gotten to use her. And I haven't leveled her up from the caught level either. So she's still the base level of Latias that you catch her at. And I realized I caught her, and I'm just like, 2010? That's 14 years ago almost since I've caught her. And I'm just like, dear God. Because I start to realize a lot of that stuff. And never before did I think I would be able to say that, yeah, I caught a shiny Latias. Like, for so long. When I first learned about shinies. At first, I was like, oh, shinies, that's pretty cool. I wonder what shiny, like, some of the legendaries look like. And I still remember that. I'm like, God, I kind of want to catch some shiny legendaries. Maybe, like, Latias and stuff. Because Latias is one of my favorite, legendaries, just in general. But, oh my God. I just look at it now, I'm like, how did I not realize? I was an idiot. But even then, it's like, I look at it now and I'm just like, you know what? Could have been worse. I could have lost it. But now I can say that I have her in Scarlet and Violet, and my thought right now is, do I transfer her to a Violet save that has no progress and stuff and use her on my team? And then with that, basically, like, full go out of my way to um basically level her up and, like, give her the ribbon of Paldean Champion, and also go into Sword and Shield, and then give um the Galar Champion, and kind of do that, where, like, I put her through these battles even after she's well past, and give her all these ribbons because my first ever shiny. And it's something I've actually thought about doing, because my sword is, I just never went back to it because I failed a Nuzlocke on there, and I'm like, fuck it. And I just never went back to it. But I could totally go back to it with Shiny Latias, just like, be gone! Like, I've actually thought about doing that because it would be fun to just kind of bring back my old friend in a way. And it's crazy to think that that was my first shiny, but it's also like, it's crazy to think that I even got that into my Pokemon Home now. And I'm just looking at it thinking, damn, that was so long ago, and look how many shinies I have now. Like, I have the Bacon Man himself, Yveltal, from an event. It's shiny Yveltal. I have Xerneas, Zygarde, I have Solgaleo, I have so many random shinies. Like, I have two shiny Magmars, I have a shiny Krabby, shiny Shinx, shiny Luxio, I have shiny of different types, different looks, different gens, and I'm just like, I don't think I ever really thought about it until, like, more recently, looking back at the fact of how lucky I was I fucking caught that Latias. Like, because it could have easily ran the fuck away and just been like, nope. Like, that could have totally happened to me. And I would have been none the wiser at the time. And I look now and I'm just like, damn. Because I played Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and stuff. Like, I played all those games. Never played the original Gold, Silver, Crystal, etc., but still interesting to kind of look at that now and just be like, damn, I got really fucking lucky. Like, I don't even know how I got that lucky. Because it still surprises me. But I know, like, now I'm just here with this shiny Latias, and I'm like, do I give it any ribbons? Do I keep it in a box forever? What do I do with it? So I'm kind of in that moment of like debating what to do. Because I could totally go back and just be like going through all these things, getting all like the ribbons from BDSP and shit that are there, like go all the way out of my way to make it like beauty standard of max, go all the way out to give it the sheen effect, etc. Just all out. Like I could do that, and I've debated doing that because it holds such a special place in my heart, and I just don't know what I'm gonna do with that. And I might just leave it up to like a coin flip, or I might just ask some more people, ask my friends, see what they think I should do. I know, either way, it's crazy because I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I mean, it's my first shiny. I'm not just going to let them sit in a box by themselves anytime soon because, especially now that she is fully out of Pokemon like Diamond and Pearl and Gold's Heart Gold Soul Silver, now that she's actually in like my Pokemon home and now in Scarlet, I can look at it and just go, yeah, you know what? I'm okay with that. Because, in all honesty, I'm happy to have shiny Latias and stuff. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with her, but what I do know is I'm just happy to say that I can do something, and whatever comes of it, who knows? That's my thought behind it. I know, I also want to shiny hunt Latios so I can get the complete set there, because I'm like, you know what? I should probably shiny hunt Latios. Like, because in all honesty, I'd love to do that. Latios has a pretty good shiny as well. Like, I've thought about going back and shiny hunting a bunch of old legendaries that I have. Just full out, like, do 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 do, boom. Like, shiny hunting. But it would get really boring after a point. Like, it's been so many years since I've shiny hunted, and if I remember correctly, a lot of them are soft reset or the sword and shield ones, which are just painfully long. Like, I have the shiny charm and all, but painfully long. Like, if I were to shiny hunt for another legendary, it would probably be Lunala, because shiny Lunala. Oh, I could do a shiny hunting stream. I just need to get a capture card for my Switch Lite or something. Like, I'd totally do a shiny hunting stream of just me doing that repeatedly. Like, there's a few things I would totally shiny hunt for. I know, I could technically pull my Victini out too, and just boom right through a bunch of things as well. There's a lot of stuff I could do. But yeah, if I were to do a shiny hunt stream, I'd need a capture thing, or I'd need to get something other than a Switch Lite to connect to like my laptop or future PC, depending when I do it. But I might, you know, whenever the new Pokemon game comes out, if I don't play it by myself and I have the ability to, I might just do it on stream. Who knows? Because in all honesty, I love Pokemon, and I would not be against shiny hunting. Like, yeah, it's gets boring after some time. I'd probably put like some music in the background, and I'd probably just be doing that. But I'd also have to keep my eye out for any possible copyright music for certain games. looks at Scarlet and Violet credits. Ed Sheeran! Frickin' Ed Sheeran, just. Oh my god. And I know why. It's because they did a thing with Pokemon, and they wanted to use it in the game, but still, like, the fact that it got multiple people DMCA'd still pisses me off, because, like, it's in the game, and it's something we had no control over. Like, what the fuck? You've never played any Pokemon? Oh my god, I would highly suggest it. Especially if you're into, like, RPGs and monster tamers. Like, it's a very interesting series. Like, I will say they have their flaws in every generation. Like, that kind of comes with it. And the community is 50-50 from my experience. But either way, it's still a fun game. I kind of enjoy it casually usually. Sometimes shiny hunt, like, I've gotten so many random shinies in my time. And I feel like if I shiny hunted on stream, or if I was doing any Pokemon on stream, I'd miss a shiny, and stream would see it and point it out and be like, haha, shiny missed, with a clip or something. And I'm like, and I'd probably be like, no. Like, that would be me. Like, I went out of my way to get everything. Like, I have full complete dexes in Sword and Shield and frickin' and Scarlet and Violet, and I've actually thought about going out of my way to just take every Pokemon I have from the first 4 generations in my boxes and just ta-tunk into Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and then ta-tunk back into the freaking stuff, because I could totally do that. I have no idea what that says. I really don't. Gonna check some of them out, and I need to get a Nintendo console first, though. Yeah, that's fair. I know one thing that, like, I've done in a lot of Pokemon is just, like, my god. My phone being annoying. Yay. But, like, I know for me, it's like, I don't know. I know for Pokemon, it depends on the person. Like, I try my best to just do certain things with Pokemon, but it really depends on what you like. I know some people find that stuff fun, others don't. A good starting Pokemon game really depends on what type of stuff you like. Like, if you love story, Scarlet and Violet does great with it. Um, it's, but if you like gameplay, it depends what type of gameplay, because all of them are good in their own ways, but certain ones are better than others from my experience, and from many others. Hoo boy! Loads of cobble! I know no matter what, I have a lot of dirt that I'm gonna have to clean up with. Gonna check some. Yeah, Nintendo consoles are pretty expensive at times, but like, if you're gonna play it yourself and not play it on, like, the TV, a Switch Lite is pretty frickin' good. Not gonna lie. I will say that for sure. Like, the Switch Lite is really nice. Um, it just depends which Nintendo console. Because some of them are, like, really good, others aren't. Like, one thing I would not suggest is going out of your way to try and find a 3DS anytime soon, because people are hacking them and, like, they get so expensive. Like, I would suggest starting from, like, one of the more recent Pokemon games. Because some of the old ones go for so much. Like, for example, let me look up Platinum. Gonna pause the game so a creeper doesn't sneak up on me and kill me. But, like, if I search up Pokemon Platinum, like, Pokemon Platinum. If I were to buy it, the game itself, at GameStop for a pre-owned, it is $88.99. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, some of them are just insanely expensive. Like, from the old stuff, just because they are. Like, technically you could get a ROM online, but don't know how well those all work. I haven't used any. I might do so one day. Who knows? But, Lord of Mercy, it's just crazy. Um, but yeah, like, there's a lot of stuff I definitely want to try. It just depends. Big yawn. But I know for me, like, with a lot of the Pokemon games, I enjoy them. I play them casually usually. I used to play some competitive Pokemon. I know recently, since Sword and Shield, it's been so fucked over because of Urshifu, specifically Rapid Strike, because it's a multi-hit move, and the fact that it can hit through Protect, which, honestly, really, Pokemon, why is it not banned? Like, I don't get how they allowed Urshifu to get as far as it has, because holy fuck. Like, it's such a competitive nuisance that you can build a team around it, like, trying to just counter it and still, like, lose to it. It's so deadly and so annoying that it just makes Protect even more useless. And it really fucks up the whole meta. And it's like, why haven't you nerfed or banned this thing? Like, it's almost on every team whenever it gets the chance because it's just too good. Hell, they nerfed fucking Darkrai's signature move because of fucking Smeargle. When in reality, they could have just made it so only Darkrai can use it. Like, really? Like, there are some things where I'm just like, you're nerfing Mon that don't need to be nerfed. You're making me yawn every time you yawn, lol. Sorry about yawning so much. It happens because yawny boy, I guess. But I don't mean to yawn as much as I am. It just keeps happening, and I know why. It's because I just keep, like, raising my soft palate so much when talking that it causes me to yawn more. It's what happens when I don't do vocal warm-ups. Or even if I do vocal warm-ups, it always happens in the morning. And I don't mean to yawn a lot, it's just a thing that happens a lot. Fucking assholes. I hate pillagers so much in this game. I'm being a weirdo now, just for the fun of it. But yeah, like, there's some really good Pokemon out there, Pokemon games. Just depends what you're into. I'm like keeping an eye on those damn pillagers, like waiting for one of them to just make their way close enough to attack. because it's going to be really annoying when they do, as anyone knows with pillagers. It's like they are following where I am, yet they aren't attacking, and it's annoying. Because it's like, just get some balls and do it already. It's like, what the fuck? My hope, though, is to, maybe... Yep, there it is. Yeah, I'm gonna need another pick, but my hope is to maybe get this finished today. It's looking like I'll be able to get at least the flattening part finished. Hopefully. Hopefully. It just really depends. I've just gone through so many pickaxes now. Few Pokemon games I want to check out just because I've heard people talk a lot about them and stuff. That's fair. It's usually to go for some of the better rated ones I found, but like there's some that are just like pretty good that aren't part of the main series as well. Like the Pokemon Ranger games are pretty good. Um so are the Pokemon Coliseum games in their own way. They're good. It really just depends what you like and what you don't like. Pillagers. But look at this nice flat area. We're gonna have so much space for working. Like, I could totally build off this more. Like, that's my biggest plan, is to, like, build a big base of, like, operations here with redstone stuff, etc. Like, if I can find a slime chunk, I'm gonna make a giant slime farm there. Once I can find the exact chunk that they're spawning. Like, that's my big plan. Oh yeah, Shadows of Omnia. Yeah, that's one that's really good. I played every Pokemon Ranger game. I don't have them anymore. I turned them into GameStop for money back when I spent a bunch, like, my sister and I were returning a bunch of games. And we ended up making enough money to buy basically, we got a free PS4 out of it. Actually, PS5, I mean. Specifically a PS5. Like, that's how much money we got back from trading in all of that. We even renewed a membership that I have. Like, we had so many points and other shit, like, oh boy. And then all the points we got from the membership we used to also, as well as extra, we used to get a free controller with it. I got purple. I like purple. Because they don't have orange. Orange is my favorite color. Specifically coral orange. Coral orange is a very beautiful color. But, despite that, like, it's kind of crazy how much some of the games go for. As a kid, one of my dreams used to be go to a GameStop. Lol. You've never been to a GameStop? I mean, I used to go quite a bit with my Grammy because she was, despite being older and stuff, chartreuse yellow is pretty nice. But my Grammy was someone who actually liked playing video games. She was a fun person. Though if you got in Risk with her, holy shit, she was deadly. No GameStops in my country? Dang. I keep forgetting that I think that's quite an American thing, to be honest. And it makes a lot of sense. There used to be this really nice frozen yogurt place I could go to nearby, and then it closed down, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Because it's like, they had some of the best frozen yogurt. But they closed down, and I don't know why. It was during COVID, and I'm just like, oh. No more frozen yogurt. No more frozen yogurt for Kaya's. Like, that was one of the biggest sad moments for me. I was like, no, my frozen yogurt. Oh, my cabbages. My cabbages. It does not feel like it's almost night again in game. Like, what the heck? Oh, my cabbages! But yeah, the whole plan is to just clear out this full fucking thing. Boy, I could technically turn it to peaceful, but that would be cheating. There are no do. I know that God, I have a lot to dig away over there as well. But my biggest plan is to just clear out a bunch of shit. I might as well put the ores in here, the raw ores, and I'll put the coal in here for now. My cabbages! This place is even worse than Omashu! Oh, my cabbages! This place is even worse than Omashu! God, that is such a classic. Not my cabbage corp! If you that will forever be one of my favorite lines from Korra. Legend of Korra is so underrated by like the haters are just so loud for the show, and it's people who expect, and a lot of it is people expecting her to be like Aang, but in all reality, she ain't gonna be like Aang. She's the Avatar after Aang. There's not gonna be a war for her to fight. If anything, the thing that is like Avatar stuff that happened in her time, like no, Avatar's perfect, but I also liked how she was more hot-headed and stuff. I think it was really cool because it added a different dynamic we never got to see. The biggest thing they dropped the ball on was the side characters, in my opinion. And I think the side character that probably should have deserved, that definitely deserved more, is Asami. What a second. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. But it's like, it's insane looking at it now and just thinking, damn, that was only meant to be one season. And then season 2, they were forced to move partway through the season and stuff. And then season 3 and 4, they were able to do back to back with knowing. And I will say, season 2 was my least favorite season, but my favorite is season 3. Like, that's such a good season in my opinion. Like, and I sort of tuned out of Korra when they started shooting belly button spirit lasers, to be honest. I mean, the funny thing is, as soon as that happened, after that, because that was the end of season 2, the next season was insane. Like, holy shit. Like, I would suggest going back to, like, and watching it just as a full series, especially with nowadays lens, because season 3, they removed the whole love triangle shit completely and just made it a thing where Korra and Sami are like, ha, remember that? Wow, ugh. And it's really nice because you also get to see her travel the world and stuff. You get to see some more interesting people. Like, season 3 was so good. Like, they introduced some benders that actually felt terrifying. Like, just in general. But it also had a lot more for Korra, and it had some significant growth for Korra through season 4 as well. Like, it led into that growth for Korra, and I'm so glad they did that, because they needed to. And, yeah, I would definitely suggest going back to watch it after that, because, yeah, the spirit laser thing was probably the biggest, like, are you serious? Because it was so weird. But I do like that we did get to see the first Avatar, and I think the dumbest thing I've seen is, well, they retconned how they learned the bending. No, they didn't. They may have gotten the bending that way, but it doesn't mean they learned that way. They learned from those creatures still. It's just got it from a different thing. It, like, And people could be mad about it all they want, but that was an origin, like that was a thing they had planned for a long time. So if anything, it's just kind of like, really? I never got the hate for um Rava and Vatu. If anything, I just saw people like comparing them to things completely out of pocket things too. It's like, what? It's nothing like that. What? When in all reality, it's just kind of like, it was cool and all, but yeah, like I will say, the the spirit laser sound is still one of the like, huh, interesting type sounds for me because it's so funny sounding, like, boom. But I will say, one thing I am happy. I know this is semi spoiler for season 3 and 4 in their own ways, but I like how they made the belly button spirit laser kind of like huh, that was really weird type thing, but also showed that spirit's natural magic has really crazy energy that can be weaponized. Like we see that, meaning that yeah, it gets worse. But also Korra is probably the most terrifying avatar when you look at like her feats of strength we have seen. Like people are all like, "Oh, Kyoshi removed an island from the continent and moved it." It's like, "Okay. Yeah, she did that. It's great." I mean, but also look at all the other things people have done. Like it's not like she moved the continents. Like she still cut it off and used magma. And I imagine what she did was break it off the earth and use water underneath to allow that. Like, but with Korra, she literally, like, she blocked enough power in general that it's just like, dear God, that's a nuke. like, sh- like her full on like Avatar moment, like near the end was just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna fucking block a nuke, basically. Like, that's basically what it felt like, and it's like, holy shit. Like, when it comes to raw power, Korra is really strong. Spiritual power, Aang definitely is stronger. But either way, like, Korra really gets good during the end of the series. Like, it does really well at the end. It also is part of what paved the way for nowadays LGBT representation. It's one of the shows that paved that way, even if they weren't able to get much further than they were at the time. And it's kind of crazy. And I just find it really interesting because there's a lot of cool stuff. I know one thing I'm really excited for though is just because I know they mentioned they're gonna do an Avatar movie with the adult gang and stuff, but also like they have a Korra movie planned and stuff. I'm actually excited to see that type of stuff, but also the Earthbending Avatar after Korra. Like I'm curious about those because who knows? But I know I'm nervous about the Netflix series, but from the looks of it, it looks pretty good. I'm just nervous about another M Night Shyamalan type situation, and that's what worries me the most. Like not gonna lie. But they seem to be doing something with the airbending genocide as well, so that will be interesting to actually see. And from the looks of it, the costumes are insane. And if the One Piece one is anything to say of like how much they're willing to do, I'm not as worried about it, but I'm still a bit worried about it. But I feel like if the One Piece thing is anything to say, it's gonna be pretty good. Like that's my thought. I have a feeling it probably will be. Has there ever been a good live action adaptation of anything ever? Yes and no. It depends. I mean, the One Piece one was actually really good. Like, in all honesty, like there were some things they removed because censors have changed since the original came out, but the One Piece one was really good from what from like what I've seen and heard. Like that was one of the good ones. I know the original Avatar movie was awful. The live action. They didn't even call him Aang. They called him Ong the entire time, and it always pissed me off. But if Netflix does as good as they did with the One Piece one for Avatar, I will not be mad. I will be very happy. If they can manage to do that again, like holy shit, that would be nice. But like, who knows? There's been some good live action out there. I will say. I've seen some good live action, but some of them just shouldn't have been live action. Lion King and stuff. Like, I don't know what was Disney's thing with like live action stuff, but dear God. And the only reason we lost 2D animation to the extent we did is because of unions. Wow, what a surprise. Thanks, Disney. But, like, I miss that 2D animation. Like, my favorite Disney movie is Princess and the Frog. Like, I love that movie. I'm a big fan of the style of animation and everything. When people like, I was like, oh, I don't really like they put Garp in it, along with didn't look great, but other than that was just. I mean, in all honesty, as someone who's like read the manga and stuff for One Piece, like I've read the manga, it was closer to the manga than the show, than the actual animated show in a lot of ways, and I find that crazy. That's the thing about the live action One Piece that surprised me. They were closer to the manga than the actual animations, which was interesting. Very interesting. But also, like, read One Piece up to like one, and it dropped it. Yeah, One Piece is just way too long to care anymore for me. Like, I think one of the biggest things I gotta give them props for is how close they stuck to the manga, because that's not very common anymore, it feels like. They don't stick to the manga as well as they used to, which is sad. But it's nice to see that again. Like, I know with Fairy Tail, when that was um, still going, they did not stick that close to the manga, but they sticked pretty close. Manga was way better, in my opinion. But I will say, I do like some of the like how they did certain aspects in the animation. But even then, like all animes, sometimes it just doesn't go well. Like there's like that's kind of why I don't watch anime much just in general is because it just doesn't get my attention as much as the mangas. And it could be a mixture of me not liking watching stuff versus listening to it and also preferring to read stuff. Like that's just something I do a lot. Like I usually lurk in a lot of streams that I'm in, and when I do talk on stream it's usually like specific streamers that actually can like keep me typing and stuff, like with ideas, or just being a weirdo, I guess. It just depends a lot of the time. But I usually am someone who is pretty quiet in streams and lurks and just kind of sits there and listens while I do stuff. Sometimes I'll watch, other times I won't. I know I'm in someone's Cult of the Lamb cult, and I'm just like, hmm. So I sent a cult follower message just saying, um, that I am working for the Gayosaurus, which was hilarious in its own regard, and it got the streamer to laugh, but didn't know what else to say. Watched my fair share of anime, but yeah, I basically switched to manga at some point because I never went back. Yeah, like, manga is just better in my opinion. Like, and I'm not someone who, like, reads a lot of that stuff, especially now. Like, I used to read a lot more, but just after a point, it just got, like, eh. Like we had a video game club where a bunch of nerds could go back in high school. And I remember us doing a Smash tournament style thing, and I remember for some reason I got Peach, and my first thought whenever using Toad, because of a damn thing we came up with where you have to say what you're using as you use it for it, because part of it, I would just yell Toad in I'd just say Toad in a Toad voice. Like, God, it was so weird, but and I cringe at myself for that so much now. But yeah, basically just went chapters of JoJo and HXH. Yeah, I never could get into JoJo. Like, I could never get into JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. Like, I just never could get into it. Never my type of thing. I know that my friends have tried to get me into other anime, but I just never have been able to. And they keep trying, and I'm just like, it's not gonna change my mind. Like, you can keep trying, but you just gotta find the right one. Because I'm just not into every type of anime. That's just not my thing. Like, yeah. But during quarantine, I read a lot and did a lot. Like, but a lot of it was spent just dealing with a bunch of difficult shit that I had to deal with in my personal life. I think one of the biggest losses of quarantine was how many people lost multiple years of like their school life and just life in general. And it just kind of, especially some of the younger people and people around my age, just like it just completely displaced so much that it's just like completely lost any idea of what to do and just kind of broke mentally because what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? And then of course you get people like, oh, do this, that, etc. It's like, no, I don't know what to do. It's kind of that point of like, what do I do? Like that's how it felt like after COVID for like me and a lot of people in general. And I look back and I look at it now and I'm just like, yeah, it displaced a lot of people mentally and physically to such an extent where it's like, damn, like that's basically a generational trauma type effect in its own regard. And it's like, who knows? Failed high school because it didn't go well with learning online. A lot of people did. Like, and I think what made the last year of like the big set of pandemics harder for me, um, like because my Grammy passed away in 2021, right before I had multiple big tests, and I couldn't do it. Like I just failed so many times. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna try college again and stuff. And then I got COVID, and it sucked. I lost all taste, all smell, etc. But what sucked the most is how badly it changed my tastes. Because I used to love chicken pot pie. Tried to eat it during COVID, it made me sick. Like, I can't eat chicken pot pie anymore. It makes me physically ill. Because all I can feel is the texture of it. Like, there's so many things I used to like that I just can't stand anymore. I got COVID a second time when I went to Universal with my family. I remember that very well. Um, because it was like a trip that we wanted to do, but then COVID happened, so we had to move it. Because it was a thing we had gotten that we were going to do for me and my sister's graduations. Because, like, similar timings, etc. But then COVID and everything else, and so we went late. God, I got such blisters, such bad blisters from walking around that day because No one would slow down for me, and I had to basically run all day to catch up, and it just was awful. And then I was like feeling pretty weird, and lo and behold, my mom started feeling. You've never had pie? Pie is so good, especially pumpkin. I will say that pumpkin pie is my favorite. But what sucked is my mom started feeling weird the like second day as well, but still went about it like, and then came back early and stuff. Like I was only able to enjoy one day at Universal, and it sucked because it's just like I wanted to enjoy more. But then my mom got sick with COVID. We were going to see um, the new Jurassic World when it came out, but we all got COVID. We were originally going to fly home, but we had to use the rental car to drive home from Florida. And then it was basically a sick car ride all the way back. And yeah, it sucked. I was the best one out of everyone in terms of how they were feeling because I had already had COVID. Like I already knew things that like helped, but also I didn't get it as bad as everyone else. And the only reason I wasn't hospitalized the first time I got COVID was because of the vaccine was because I got vaccinated. Because it fucked up my breathing a lot, but not enough to need me to go to the hospital, thankfully. But my doctor said if I hadn't gotten the vaccine, I probably would have been in the hospital because I am someone who has pretty bad lung issues in my own regard. And whoo boy, did COVID suck. I would never wish it on my worst of enemies because yikes, my dude, it sucks. Like it's one of those things that just it drains you of all your energy. Another one that thing that I've had that's like really sucky is mononucleosis or the kissing disease. I am part of that percentage of people that don't get it like the flu. It basically I'm part of that percentage of people where it basically resets parts of your immune system. And I got so fatigued that I barely woke up multiple days. I could barely walk because I just so tired and it sucked. And all I have to say is fucking mono sucks. I wouldn't like if you ever get mono, you just pray you're part of the higher percentage that gets the frickin' flu-like symptoms instead. Because yikes. Like I couldn't go to school for weeks because I just would fall asleep. I had COVID, vaxxed, yay, but only symptom I had was like fever for 3 days. Yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky with that. I got one of the versions that like I couldn't smell garlic. Like they fed me minced garlic and I didn't even notice that it was minced garlic. I just was like, weird texture, but I just couldn't taste it, and it was awful. Like I know one thing I do want to do um is see like I need to like go through my palette again to see like what's changed. I just haven't done it. I know like some of my palette has changed completely. Like I used to love certain things, but now I can barely stand it. Like it's kind of gotten to that type of point. And that's kind of what COVID did to me. I know I'm not the only one who's had the issue where it's completely like reset their palette. Because I know it happened with other people, and it's like it's been years, and I still can't stand it. It makes me like basically just get sick. It's the best way to say it. And it's weird because it's such a specific thing, and it's something I used to love a lot as well. So it's just like no. It actually reminds me that I asked my dad for someone's number and he never gave it to me. I need to ask him again later today. It's for one of my cousins. I have enough textural issues with foods as is. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. Yeah, it sucks. Like I used to love that type of stuff, but now it's just like what happened? Cuz like there's just certain things I can't stand. Like beans, for example, just make me like feel super weird. Like there's just some foods that just don't know why they don't settle well for me, but they don't. I think the biggest hit for me was when I developed the allergy to onion. Oh my god, it sucked. Because my onion allergy is weird. I'm not allergic to spring onion, but I'm allergic to the other onion types. And I found that when they're cooked or raw by themselves, it affects me more than if it were a powder or similar. It's just kind of weird. I'd be surprised if you haven't had any beans in any form. There are some things that count as beans that we don't realize. It just depends. But I know for me it's just weird. I try to try a bunch of new things. Like, I can't stand sushi. I've never been able to. It just. Eh. Something about it just never's been my thing. Though I'm one of those people who go out of their way to try a bunch of random shit sometimes. Like, I have some weird goals on my bucket list of like, if I ever get the chance, I'd like to try, like, one thing I want to do is try a pizza from, like, every place possible eventually. Be it, like, meat lovers, etc. Like, just to see what each one tastes like. Because weird bucket list thought of, like, I wonder. And it's not just pizza either, like, it's other things too. Like, I want to try different foods to see which I like most. Like, something I found I like quite a bit is squid ink noodles. Really good. I've seen some cursed pizzas here. Yeah, there's some cursed pizzas in this world. I have seen that for sure. Also, I find it funny that people hate on pineapple on pizza because it's just like, it's actually good if you know what you're doing. Like, what you gotta do is you gotta grill it first before you put it on. And even then, it's not like you're ordering it for yourself. I mean, if anything, it's nowhere near as bad as the pea and mayonnaise pizza I saw. Exactly, the pizza with peas and mayonnaise. It was awful. Like, there's some really awful pizzas out there. And even then, like, yikes. There's some awful pizzas. Like, there's one pizza place whenever I visit my pop I go to that, like, has this super common. Yikes, my dude. Yikes. But it's like, there's a pizza place near here. Not here. Well, near where my pop lives, which is my mom's dad. That I love to go to when we're there. Whenever we're there, we always go there at least once because it's kind of a tradition at this point. But it has such good pizza, and it's like this thing we just always do. But I think one of the most interesting things is kind of learning stuff from like just my pop in general because he's one of those people that can speak multiple fluent languages and stuff, and I'm just like, how do you do this? Like, I used to speak, like, Spanish and Arabic pretty well, but I'm so rusty that I barely can do it now. But, like, he can speak Arabic, French, Spanish, like, and I know why, but it's just like, wow. Like, he used to travel the world and shit. He was an engineer, worked a lot on stuff like that, but it's still just insane to me. Because he has a very weird and interesting story, especially for someone who you'd think is just some normal farmer type person. Like he's a very farmer-esque type person who like doesn't go to the hospital when he needs to sometimes. Which, who boy, anyone who knows farmers knows very well that that is a very normal thing. Speak a few languages, but yeah. Yeah, I'm so rusty on mine. Like of all the languages I've learned quite a lot of languages, like at least some like if I counted every language I've learned base words from, like some words from for like choir, etc. as well. I have a lot of languages under my belt then because that would include Spanish, French, German, Latin, Hebrew, um, Arabic, as well as English and Old English, and oh boy, a little bit of Portuguese in there too. Oh my god, what language is that song? I'm trying to remember what language each song was in. I've done choir stuff for so many years that you just kind of forget after a point, but you just remember certain ones. It'd be 16. Dang. Yeah, like for me, I've learned so many random ones. Like, I know my fair share of like language stuff. If you count music as a language, so be it, but yeah, I've learned a lot of random shit. But I will say, there are some really good songs out there as well in different languages. One of the most beautiful ones I've sang in Hebrew was the 5 Hebrew love songs. Oh, that was a really good one. That was a fun one to do with the choir. It was a very beautiful section of songs. Like, I've learned so many different things from different languages and cultures just for choir. Like, choir is insane if you, like, learn languages. Like, especially with, like, citations and, like, certain pronunciations, like, it's its own form of language in itself sometimes. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to remember. There was one I did, I'm trying to remember, but part of it was in another language. I can't remember the language. I remember the words. Naftu ora de kubu amita. Ah, naftu, naftu ora de kubu. Like, I remember a bunch of that stuff, but, like, I don't remember the freaking language. I know the song was We Can Mend the Sky. Like, I remember doing that with a college choir. Like, even got to talk to the person who wrote the song and stuff. And it was based off a kid's poem, if I remember correctly, who was a survivor of war and stuff. I'm just trying to remember what the language was. Oh my god. Like, that's another one. Oh my lord. That just popped into my head, like, right there. Like, oh my god, yeah, that song. Now I'm just trying to remember what language it was in. Because it was interesting. It was a fun song, though. Like, very, very beautiful. Like, it's one of those things where I've always loved music, and I've learned so many different things about different languages and stuff from music that it's just like, I kind of am just like, huh, cool. More languages for me. Like, I've learned so many random things in languages. Like, I think one of the hardest ones for me to do in the chamber group was Ave Maria, because it wasn't just like church Ave Maria, it was the Ave Maria, like the full song, and like if anyone has sung it or knows what the tenor part is in it, dear God. I'm not warmed up enough for it. Like, it's a very specific song, like, yeah, no, I'm not warmed up enough for it. Oh, God. Like, I'm someone who warms up in my own way, but I also was taught a lot of ways to warm up. But one of my favorite ones was by my choir teacher. Just hmm, hmm. Just one bottle pop, two bottle pop, three bottle pop, four bottle pop, five bottle pop, six bottle pop, seven bottle pop, pop. Don't throw your muck in my dustbin, my dustbin, my dustbin. Don't throw your muck in my dustbin's full. Fish and chips and vinegar, vinegar, vinegar. Fish and chips and vinegar, vinegar and salt. Like that's one I remember pretty well. There was also another one. It was do do so do mi fa re mi sol la so do do ti do. Like I remember all of those warm ups so well because I did them every day. When we used to sing stuff in music class, I did terribly well. I was the opposite. I was someone who got into the chamber group in my would have gotten in my sophomore year if I actually tried out, but I didn't. But even then, it's like I did so much with that group, and it was fun. It's a shame that like I didn't get to do more, but it was still fun as hell. Just certain things getting canceled, certain things happening in the world. It just happens. Like I've sung for years, and it's been so long since I've warmed up and taken time to sing because I just don't talk a lot like in my normal life, and so like I'll sing in the car a lot, sometimes in the shower. I know that I've thought about doing a thing where like a greeting for the start of class and warm up. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, what we'd do is like if I had a piano in here, I'd do the exact notes, the do 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 do. Oh. Like whenever we had a happy birthday, a birthday one, we'd actually sing happy birthday in our own way. It was really fun. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Yeah, jazz hands. Jazz hands. But yeah, like music was always something I enjoyed so much when I was younger. Like it's always been a thing I've enjoyed, and I still enjoy it to this day. And I think if I were to ever do anything, like as a point redeem, maybe even something like sing a random song or like whatever else, like who knows? Like I've thought about doing that. Like it's been so long since I've actually sung. Like in general, it's just kind of crazy because like there are times where I will just break out into song randomly, unintentionally, and make like a bit of a beat, a bit of a melody, a bit of a dream in a way. It kind of feels like a dream at least. But like I was able to sing and talk a bit fast. Not too fast anymore, but still pretty fast. It was a bit different back then when I talk really fast and talk really fast and speak really fast, sing really fast. And it became a point where I got really used to doing it really fast until eventually I stopped talking as much and I'm not able to talk as fast anymore. Like it was to an extent where I could actually do like certain parts of like Hamilton, if you know. The like I was able to do certain parts of the raps and I'm just like now I can't. I ain't that good anymore. Like I don't know how well I am anymore with certain things, but if I warmed up, I'd probably be a lot better. Like, just would need to warm up again. Because I know for me, like, warming up is important. It's important for anyone. Ah, there goes my pickaxe. But, like, I know, with my choir class, it was pretty fun, honestly. Like, our teacher was great. She was fun. We had a, student teacher that left, like, a year or two after he came to the school, mainly due to the fact he got a chance to do his master's degree. Um, which, of course, everyone's like, you should do it because it's like a really good chance if you get offered a scholarship for a master's degree. Like, hell yeah, especially in this economy. But it's also like, yeah, we missed him and stuff, but we were also, I still remember, I can do the fast part, rap god, I am, but that's because it doesn't require me actually hitting the notes. Joke. I mean, fair. But it's like, I'm one of those people who, like, always loved choir, but my choir was something else. Um, I remember we surprised our teacher on her birthday with bagels from Panera Bread. Just like, surprise! Like, a bunch of them, like, to an extent, because we know how she is. Where if we didn't bring enough for everyone, she'd be like, why didn't you do that? So we did. And so, like, we even brought breakfast, like, we brought breakfast for her, but she also got, like, a quiche and stuff. Like, we actually brought a lot for her as well. Like, she loved M&Ms and stuff. Great teacher. Very hard to make her angry, but if you did, you knew you fucked up. Like, it was really fun when we got to do some of that stuff. Like, I was someone who enjoyed so much being able to do that stuff. Just, I remember her face when at one of our concerts we surprised her with money we had raised behind her back so we could get new choir robes for the next year's classes and stuff. And it was one of the most heartwarming things. And I still remember her face and like her being on the verge of tears because the school does not the school never funded the choir and band as much as it should have for how well they did. That's one of the biggest points that always made me sad. Your music teacher was super strict, but she was cool. Honestly, if I were to talk about strict and horrible music teachers, though, specifically, I'd talk about my middle school band teacher who cussed me out because I played a note wrong. Mind you, at the time I was in 5th grade. I wasn't that old. So, like, what the hell? She was that type of person for the band teacher there, and it sucked. She's gone now, thank God. But, yeah. But if I miss anyone, it's my choir teachers. Because they were the best. The choir teachers are always the best, it feels like. I know I got close with a lot of the choir, English, and history teachers and art teachers because of course my family is already close friends with a lot of the art teachers at my high school because my grandpa's brother used to work as an art teacher there. School teacher was our only teacher half year because the incident. That's worrying. That's a very worrying thing to hear. Like, just that's worrying to hear. But like, I know for me, a lot of my stuff was just dealing with a lot of crappy teachers in middle school. High school was a lot better. Though it was definitely a culture shock at points for me. But it was a nice way out. I know that if I'm talking about an incident that happened in middle school for me, it would be when the people who bullied me blew up the beakers in the science lab. Yeah, that was a fun time. It's just ironic to me. And honestly, it was just like, huh? It just was like crazy for me. But like, I know for me, like, I had so much shit. Calling up two students, a bunch of, oh, great. Fun. Like, damn. Like, of all teacher types to be, a music teacher when you're homophobic is one of the dumbest things because that's just an area that attracts homosexuals is music and theater. Like, in all honesty, that's on them for not being smart enough. But then again, if they're homophobic, they're not smart in general, so surprised they even became a teacher. Probably cheated their way to the top, wouldn't be surprised. It's just where we congregate. Ah, yeah, that's pretty true. The gays always congregate in music and theater. Even if there's straight people there, we still congregate there. Because it's like an element type thing, and who knows why, but it's fun, I guess. I mean, for some people it's not, but for me it's always been fun to do choir and music. We're almost done flattening this whole place out. Yay! Then we just have to dig one down and replace a bunch of dirt. Yay! That's if we decide to do that. I mean, I considered taking dance, but it was the same block as art, and I wanted that. That's fair. Like, for me, we never got a chance for dance as a class, but we had some fun art classes. Like, I took ceramics and painting. Um, I took a lot of stuff. I think my favorite thing from Intro to Graphics Arts was when we had to, for our final, we had to draw a shoe. We had to draw our shoe at the beginning and the end of the semester and end of year for our midterms and our true finals, and like see how much progress we had made, which is so funny to me, but it was also really fun. Like, I look now and it's like that was an ingenious idea to show us how much progress, and it was one of the things where the teacher was like, is to show that even if you don't think you've made progress, you've all made some form of progress, even if you don't realize it. Then again goes the option as an option in high school. Interesting. Hmm. I didn't get any choices in middle school. Not like that. Only in high school did I get to choose my classes. But it was one of those things where it's just like, I get why he did it, and it was ingenious. Though I will say, one of the funniest and dumbest things he had in his room was called a thinking cap, and it was a bowler hat with a working light bulb attached to the top of it that you could turn on and off. And he would put it on sometimes and say, I got an idea, and turn on the light. And I was like, are you serious? Same still light in art class like every trimester. Jeez. We only did it for our like semester ends and the very beginning of art as like a way to show our progress. But damn. Like with us it was different because we were put on some crazy projects in art, but it was fun. My favorite was ceramics because it was my favorite to just build and do stuff like, because it was ceramics, structure, and jewelry specifically. That's how I learned a bit of how to make jewelry. Like, I have the stuff, I can make homemade jewelry if I want. I know how to. I've done it before. Like, when I put my mind to it, I can make some beautiful jewelry. Sometimes. Just depends. I know for me, though, it's really funny looking back now because I'm just like, damn, I don't do that anymore. I still could though. Half the time I just go draw a chalk wall in the hall and ask the teacher to grade it. That's fair. I will say my painting teacher was probably the most lax of all my art teachers, who was like, she had a freaking living room in her classroom basically, and she's like, I know some days you will have those once in a blue moon perfects, and sometimes you will have those moments where you just can't do shit, and that's okay. How's the flattening? It's going well, Shitspy. I hope you're well. We're mainly talking about art classes right now. Like, I will say my painting teacher was so fun. Um, there was also a student teacher we had, who would eat raw rice cakes without anything. And I'm just like, how the fuck are you doing that? Like, do you need water or something? Because she would just eat it with nothing. I don't know how that student teacher could still do that. It just drove me insane. Like, how? It always surprised me. Because even I don't understand. Raw dogging rice cake? That's one way to put it. Solo rice cakes, Lamau, love those. Like, but it's like, it was purely, like, and she wouldn't eat just one. She'd eat like five and just like nothing with it. No drink, no peanut butter, nothing. And I'm just like, are you okay? What the fuck? Like, that's how I felt every time. It was so weird to me. Because it's like, how? I have so much trouble doing that. Like, dear God. But, like, I know for me, like, I still don't fully understand how she did it, but not gonna question because she scares me. But, like, I know for general, though, like, in general, I'm just happy that we're almost done flattening this. Then we can, if we want, what I can do is I can add grass to it all and just kind of make it a giant grass patch. Just depends how I'm feeling about it. Barely eat anything ever, but rice cakes without anything go so fucking hard. I don't know how you can do that. Like, they are so dry. Like, I could never, like, I can't. They're just too dry for me to just do it with nothing. Like, I don't know how she could do it. I don't know how people can do it. Because, holy crap, it just, I'm like, water, water. That's basically how it feels. It's water. And I don't know what that says about it. Covered in chocolate on the other. Oh, rice cakes and chocolate is so good. Oh my god, rice cakes and chocolate. Those are always the best. Like, there are some really good, like, sweets out there and stuff, and snacks. Like, there's some that I can't handle. Like, for me, I tried butterbeer, but it was so sweet, I could not handle it. Like, the sweetness was just too much for me. Which is crazy, because I'm a baker, and I try a bunch of shit, and I do sweet stuff a lot. So the fact that it was too sweet for me says something. But, like, I look at the stuff now, and I'm just like, damn. Like, I don't know how some people can eat some of that sweet stuff all the time. But there's some stuff I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see that. Oh my god. The thought of butterbeer gives me a headache. Like, in terms of just the thought of the taste of it. Can't eat a lot of sweets because I'm allergic to sugar, but yeah, I always end up eating a lot anyways. That is the most, like, I think that is the biggest mood for a lot of people with, like, food allergies, is I know I'm allergic, but I want to eat it. But you should. But I want to eat it. But no, eat. Like, that's how it feels. Like, especially with lactose intolerant people. Like, I've noticed that quite a lot. And I don't know if it's like a thing that happens with everyone or what, but I get it. I miss onions. I really do. The only type of onion I can have is spring onion, but like anyone who's cooked with it knows very well that it can be annoying to cook with because it's just it does not it does not work as well as other onions. We only live once. I mean, as my friend once said when I asked why, I mean, you can eat anything at least once. At least. Duh, if you die after, that's up to you. Anything's edible as long as you eat it at least once. I cannot sweets on anything, and I have no clue why. It just turned 15. Nah, fuck sugar. Some people just can't stand sugar, and that's okay. Like, I know for me, like, I can stand sugar pretty well, but that's also because I bake a lot, and it's kind of like something I do. But there are certain points where I'm like, ugh, boy. And there's certain things I just got to avoid in general because of allergies, etc. And it's just like, yikes. And I wish it wasn't like that because there are certain things I would love to eat again, like onion rings and shit, but I can't. Like, if I could eat onion rings, you better bet I would. I miss those things. You know, that's fair. All mushrooms are edible, some of which only once. That's not wrong. I still think about some of that type of stuff where I'm just like, damn. Like, I know for me, I'm just glad I get to chill. Like, if I really wanted to beat the game, I would have sped run to the Ender Dragon by now. I just don't care enough to speed run. Like, I never get why some people just want to beat it so quickly. It's just kind of like, why do that when you can just chillax, my dude? Like, right now, what day are we on? Um, over. I'm trying to remember where the day is specifically. Um, now I'll find it one day. Locum biome diff. Oh, day 109. Dang, we've done 109 days in this. 100 days in Minecraft. Day 1, I existed. Day 2, I existed. But yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, my local difficulty though is yeah, not good because of dying. You die once, you die 1,000 times, it feels like. But I know for me, like, who knows? We'll figure it out. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mine out this one down so I can put dirt in and like put trees up into an actual like tree farm till I can get a blast chamber and a tree farm set up. Which might help a lot more. But yeah, I'm rotting so much. Oh my god, my chests are just so out of it. It's fine. Don't worry. Day 3, I figured out I can punch trees. Exactly. Day 109. Still flattening area. Day 110. Did I mention I am flattening an area? Day 111. I died again. While flattening an area. Day 100. I have a finished house, but guess what? I'm flattening an area. Oh, God. If it was me, I'd make so many dumb jokes. Like, in all honesty. Day 122. Another pickaxe broke. Oh, boy. But yeah, like, it's so fucking hilarious looking at it now. Because I'm like, I could totally do that and just be a dork about it. And no one would bat an eye, because that is just how I am as a person, is weird. My friends are okay with it, it seems. Otherwise, why would they still be here? It ain't like I'm giving them money or anything. And then just like, in the background, I'll give you 20 bucks if you stay, please. Please? Just that in the background, just... I'd be the type of person to do that just to be weird and possibly get a laugh or two. Because that's just the type of shit I like to do, is make people laugh and hopefully make their days a little bit better, even if not fully. Because it's fun. I know for me, like, because of the time I stream, I don't get a lot of American viewers, but I still do get some. I know one day eventually. Day 113 installed conditioning units in the depths of hell to keep unbound might of 1,000 suns at bay with a chill breeze. It's time to make monthly friendship payment. It's time for your monthly friendship payment. uh, oh boy. Honestly, if I said that to one of my friends, they'd be like, "Wait, you guys are getting paid?" Like, that would probably be their reaction if I said that. Because I am just weird, and so are my friends. I know I want to stream with some friends eventually. The hard part's just getting people who are free at the time I stream. Can't have shit in our future. They made friendship into a subscription-based service. Damn it. Can't believe my friendship is subscription-based. Just frickin' person. Alright, see ya. Just... God damn it. It's so dumb, but so funny at the same time to me. Oh, boy. This is gonna be a very long process of just mining away a bunch of stuff for dirt. You could say it's gonna be a dirty process. Haha. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. I need to get like a soundboard set up eventually that I can just do ba-dunts and other shit. I might even just put that one sound. Yeah! Just like that old sound that everyone like heard back in the day. God, that was so dumb but so funny. I mean, I think one of the funnest things about streaming, especially for me, like doing it now, is just being able to like talk about random shit but also be able to have fun with the chat. Like, even if you don't have a lot of people in chat, even one person in chat can make a stream like just so much funnier and so much better. Like, from my own experiences. And it's so fun. Like, I want to do more like in the future. Like, if I get a bigger like group of chat, I'd totally do some like look into doing some like crowd control type stuff just to see what the fuck happens. Me dying repeatedly for like several hours, just here we go again. Have I started a spear argument with you yet? That's my go-to topic when I don't know what to talk about. Causing mild shenanigans. If anything, I think that's just a normal thing to do is just shenanigans. I'll cause them. Let's do it. It's always fun to cause a shenanigan. One game I should probably play on stream if I ever end up buying it or getting it is Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. Because they now have a second game called Turnip Boy Robs a Bank. So, like, it's become a series of games. First tax evasion, now robbing a bank. And apparently they're connected. They're not, like, separate. Like, the actual events are connected. So that's even funnier. Because it means it's all connected by Turnip Boy committing tax evasion and robbing banks. Like, honestly, Turnip Boy over here, like, holding this smile while committing, like, murder, robbing banks, and tax evasion. Just something about that is so dumb, but so funny. Like, just this little Turnip Boy, just like, do 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 do, I'm going to evade taxes. Something about that's hilarious. Ah, yes. Day 1010. Mining. The flattening area. But yeah, like a lot of those games look so fun. And from what I've heard they are pretty fun. So that's a good thing. Most relatable game ever. I mean, yeah, fair. I mean, it definitely looks like a fun game and I definitely want to try it on stream one day. Like there's so many things I'd love to play on stream. Like, if it ever came to it, I'd totally play stuff like Oxygen Not Included, and, like, name each of the dupes after someone in the stream. Like, I'd totally do that randomly. And just, like, if you die, good luck. Frickin' one, like, because the dupes are so dumb. Like, I wish I was shitting you. The dupes in Oxygen Not Included are so fucking dumb. I've had moments where they will literally trap their heads into tile, just like, yes, this is fine, and then wonder why they're suffocating. It's sad. And also annoying. The hardest part is keeping them from overstressing. And I could and it would be one of those things where I don't pick a dupe every time, mainly because that would kill me outright. Like, because too many dupes too quickly will kill you. Due to just resources. But it'd be one of those things where, like, whenever I add a dupe, it's someone in chat. And it would be, like, either a randomizer thing or just whoever I see first type thing. Another game I'd love to eventually play, but I've never played or even have the game, is Cult of the Lamb. That's another one that I've thought about playing. And if I were to play it on stream, I'd, like, have the extension and shit. Because I think it would be fun. I know that, there's a lot of stuff I want to play. Like, just in general, even if it's by myself, some of the games. But I'd love to play a bunch on stream as well. And some of them are just weird. I've, as a species, have created a melee weapon when I thought Spear of High Lance are 1-1 on cold weapons only. Seriously, basically ranged weapon. Like, seriously, name a more practical melee weapon than a pike. I mean, if we're talking about practical melee weapons, I mean, there's some pretty good ones. Tridents are pretty good, too. I mean, think about it. It can be used for fishing. It's really good for damage. It can be thrown really well. It can do long reach, short reach. Like, it can be one or two-handed used. Point stands, long sharp stick. Yes, long sharp stick go poke poke. Yes, long sharp stick. Uka chaka. Long sharp stick. That will forever be one of the just most interesting things, is how much we will do things in history repeatedly like that. Where it's like, we have created the ultimate weapon. A stick. I think it just reminds me of the frickin' Einstein, I think it was Einstein, quote of, I do not know which weapons World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. And my only thought to that is, yes, pointy stick go. And if that isn't a mood, I don't know what is. Rock on a rope. So Ebola. Either Ebola or a type of flail. There's so many different types of things that can fall under rock on rope. It's kind of funny. Me over here just slowly mining away all of this. Yes, rope rock go. Ha. I love the music of this game way too much for my own good at times. Being a chain knife and IMO kind of a gray area. Honestly, chain knife's pointy stick go burr. Honestly though, chain knives are insanely cool. I mean, it's basically like partial ranged and stuff, and it's also really fun. Plus, depending on the type of chain knife, it can be used to climb. And also used to do other things. Dear God, is that a giant chain knife with a pickaxe on it? No, it's actually an ice pick. For we are doing lobotomies. No! I don't know. That just popped into my head. I don't know why. My brain will have some of the weirdest shit pop into it. If I wrote down every single thing that went into my brain, I don't know how people would react. Because some of it is really fucked up, and other stuff is just like, what? Like, even I confuse myself. So for all I know, it would probably confuse a lot of people. So, who knows? Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. Guess a weapon at least partially stays in your hand, but you end up harming the enemy with a projectile, and it's basically ranged. I mean, yeah. It's kind of crazy. Like, you look at it and you realize, yeah, it makes sense why a lot of the stuff became the way it did, but it's also like, pointy sticks fun, though. Like, that will forever be my favorite thing. Pointy stick go brrr. I know that, one thing that I always found interesting is back in the, many years ago when they used, like, war elephants. Like, I always found that pretty interesting. Because it's such a specific thing, and it's like, these fuckers tamed elephants just so they could go, surprise, motherfuckers. And just, out of nowhere, just ride in on their battle like elephants, just like, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. And, honestly, pretty cool, not gonna lie. Like, the thought of war elephants is so cool. Like, imagine just chilling and just a fucking elephant, like, freaking mounted with weapons, just comes charging. Like, that's horrifying. That's a terrifying thought. I'm gonna forge a whip sword, but I'm not sure of the legality of me having it in my house. I mean, I think about that, and I think of the frickin' like, that's an actual thing, but there's also an actual like whip sword that was made out of a spine that they found in through like an archaeological dig in, I believe, France. I think it was. I'd have to double check though, but I think it was France. Though don't quote me on that, because I don't know for sure. But it was like really weird, but really cool at the same time. Like, there's so many interesting things in history, but whip swords is something that people have created. But I don't know about the legality of a whip sword. Alls I know is that it would definitely cause some people to crack the whip. But dun dun dun. Just make noises as I do. You know, there are times where I question my own sanity. And I just realize, you know what? If people are fine with my weirdness, maybe my weirdness is normal. And then I think about it again, I'm like, no, my weirdness ain't fucking normal. And that is about right, honestly. I'm a weirdo, but I'm fine with that. Like, being a weirdo is one of the funnest things, in my opinion. Because when you got that group of weirdos you can be around, like, as friends, it can be so fun. I think one of the most I don't know if, like, some of the stuff, like, your friend groups talk about and stuff, but I remember my friend group got into stuff we're against, and I'm like, because for me personally, I'm against smoking. Like, I'm not against weed overall, I'm against smoking in general. It doesn't matter what you're smoking, smoking's just bad for your lungs. But also, I hate how many people smoke around me and are then get mad when I'm like, hey, can you not do that? Here, war elephants were used more to scare ever living shit out of opponents and not be destructive. Like people who war elephants used against never seen those in their entire life. Buck just pull towards towering beast with tusks and some tentacle on his face. I shit myself on the spot. You know what? That's fair. But I've never heard a trunk called a tentacle like that, and that is interesting way to describe it. But like, yeah, it's really interesting. Like, elephants are terrifying. I know another thing that is interesting though is like I know I've talked to my friends about a lot of stuff that like we're for or against. Like as I was saying, but I still remember like so many people thinking I was against weed because I said you should I'm not for smoking weed. When in reality when it was on that but it's like I'm just not for smoking in general. Like smoking is just horrible for your lungs no matter what you smoke. Yeah, I know it's called a chunk, but they had no clue what the fuck it was, so. I mean, fair. I mean, for all they know, it could have been its penis. In all honesty. It really could have been seen as that. But I look at it and I'm just thinking to myself, you know, I could have worded that better type thing. Like, but like, I know that, yeah, like for me, I'll never get how, like, why smoking is such a big thing to some people. But, yikes. I think one of the most interesting things, though, in psychology and just in how people act in general is certain types of biases and stuff. Like, and certain types of just. Oh my god, what are they called? My brain just blanked. But basically, you get all these different types of things that just, like, are more common than they should be type thing. But it's interesting because you got some interesting ones in there. Like, overall, there are some really interesting things to learn about. But I think one of the most interesting things is something that happens a lot with addicts. From what I tried smoking once when I was 14, ended up throwing up and never tried again. Fair. Smoking is just awful. Like it's just so horrible for your body. But something that I found interesting was when we were doing psychology chapter about addiction, because this one specific thing, and it was most people who are addicted are more likely to make the thing of, well, it didn't affect insert person here, so I'm fine. Like, where they will not listen to the actual statistics, but go off just some random person that they know. And I think that's one of the most interesting things, but it's also like, it makes a lot of sense because it's their brain trying to literally, like, justify the stuff they do. Like, for me, I see why they do certain things, but it's also really interesting to look at, like, just the brain in general to me, because there's so many cool things the brain can do. Like, our brain is like a supercomputer that's all made of mush, and it's in a literal, like, calcium layer type mech that has meat armor on it and stuff, and it's just like, ha 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 ha, I am strong but also weak. Like, and it can do all sorts of things, and here we are now, and it's just like, damn, my brain sucks. Like, that's how it feels sometimes. But it also adds so much to, like, the possibilities, and you're just like, damn. Because when you start understanding our brain more, it's so cool. The possibilities, the thoughts, there's so many things, and it's so cool. Another thing I find really funny in science is the fact that the quote unquote near perfect form that's happened from completely unrelated species is return to crab, where they turn into crabs. I can't remember the exact name of the phenomenon, but multiple species just turn into crabs. Like, just they evolve into crabs. And it's so funny because it's just like the fact that a crab is one of the most perfect designs of evolution, that multiple creatures actually do that, is hilarious. I think it's like crustus. I know it has like crustacean in it if I remember correctly, but it's so funny because it's just like, no, not return to monkey, return to crab. Like, it's so funny to me that that is like a common thing, common enough that they have a name for it. Convergent evolution is a different thing. Convergent evolution is basically same traits but completely separate environments. These are completely separate species that all turn into crabs specifically. It's different than convergent evolution. I know it has a different name. Um, I'm gonna look it up real quick. I need to know. Um, the um, evolution into crabs. Carcinization um, is a form of convergent evolution in which non-crab crustaceans evolve into crab-like body plans. Basically, people evolve. Basically, things that weren't crustaceans in general, or just like completely different things that just fully turn into crab. Like carcinization, like it's wild. It's such a specific and funny thing. Hmm. You ever think about it though? Like, why crabs? Like, what's so perfect about crabs? These are questions I have. And there goes my pickaxe. Yay! I'm gonna need another, like, pickaxe or two. I mean, it's a type of convergent evolution, yes, but I knew it had a, like, full name that was that wasn't part of convergent evolution. Not gonna lie. I mean, I'll take the L though. Like, God, I've used so many diamonds on this. Watch me never use this now. That would just suck. But, like, I've spent so much time doing this now that I just have to. Well, it makes some sense everything wants to be a crab. Out of all the oldest species to roam the earth, like, 9 out of 10 would be a crab of some sort. I mean, yeah, fair. I mean, crabs are such an interesting species. Like, overall. Like, you gotta give them credit for that, at least. Because, like, at least they're not, like, crazy different. Like, they actually have some unique traits that are pretty cool. Like, honestly, it's so interesting. Everything wants to be crab at a, yeah, it's like, crabs are just cool. Like, they make no sense, yet they also make perfect sense. Though crabs also become cannibalistic in some cases too, if need be. Which is terrifying. I know that they also are pretty picky at times as well, from what I've heard. They can be pretty picky. Which says something. Like, I just find that kind of crazy. But crabs are crabs. I just think about so many things and I just am like, huh, I wonder. Like, that's just my brain constantly. I wonder. Month flattening a mountain in Minecraft. All crabs eat their own babies all the time. Exactly. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I've spent months on some projects too. Like, if anything, this is nothing new for me. If anything, I'm just happy we're getting close to done. Because it just means, hell yeah, brother, we get to say we're finished. Which is always nice to say. But yeah, like, I know for me, I am planning to do some things. I know this week. What I'm gonna try, I know we're gonna have our modded Stardew this week at least, but I'm debating doing Thronefall this week. Like, not gonna lie, I've been debating doing it because it's fun. There we go. Yeah, we're running out of space for cobble now. Great. Soon I might just turn some of it to stone because I do need stone anyway. So, but yeah, like, I'm so glad that, like, I get to talk about random shit like this sometimes because it's dumb, funny stuff for me that I love learning about. Like, because crabs are sick, in all honesty. They're awesome. They're one of the few species that just can go without so much as a change for so long and just be fine. I mean, look at horseshoe crabs. They're so interesting. I think one of the most interesting things, though, not about crabs, but just about um, blood in general. Because horseshoe crabs have blue blood, but if blood has too much sulfur in it, it can turn green, which is a really interesting thing to think about. That it can turn green. Like, it doesn't turn, like, yellowish, it turns green. Like, that's a whole new that's like a whole new thing. And it's so interesting to me, like, small stuff like that. Like, weird scientific and weird shit. So cool. Just one of those things I've always found interesting. Damn, we've been going for over 4 hours. It does not feel like it's been over 4 hours. It really doesn't. I think I'm gonna go for a little bit longer so we can at least get rid of the rest of this stone here. But, damn. Like, just in general, though, that stuff is just so cool. Octopods have blue blood, um, I think, or like green, I forget. I don't remember, which of them do or not. I know, like, horseshoe crabs have blue blood, and I know it's actually really, like, useful for certain types of transfusions. Like, there's so many things in this world that are, like, really cool and useful in so many ways that we'd never expect to be as useful as they are. Because they're just so interesting. I think one of the most surprising things is the fact that Pokemon has yet to, like, introduce a frickin' like normal raptor for fossils. Like the closest they've gotten is Arctozolt, and the Zolt part of it, like Dracozolt and Arctozolt, like the head part, and Arcan, which is an Archaeopteryx. But I'd love to see like an actual like raptor, like the tiny raptor and stuff, and like how they do that. I'd love to see a full like Zolt one. Looked up, it's blue. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things out there. I know one thing I'm gonna do. Like one thing I want to do is, like, I'm not good at swimming, but I'd love to like go to an aquarium and stuff, despite my own fears, etc., and just kind of look at some of the stuff again. Like, it's been so long. Like, I know there's an aquarium nearby I could go to, but I want to, like, see some other stuff. Like, blue lobsters being rare is pretty cool, but there's also, like, lobsters that are multicolored, too. There's, like, other colors of lobster as well. Like, it's... I think another thing that's really cool is albinism in... I think that's how you say it, albinism. Basically, albino creatures are really cool to me. Like, I know it's a rare mutation, and it can cause all sorts of things, but it's really interesting to me because it can lead to all sorts of eye colors that you don't see, like red, but also purple in some cases. About crabs now, and essentially, one crabs have a really wide range of habitats everywhere you can imagine. They're probably a form of crab that can survive there, be native there. Two pretty well built, automatically built armor, compact shape, overall amazing, structurally three, incredibly adaptable. They're evolved a shit ton of different body parts for different purposes. Their reproductive strategies kick ass. I mean, fair. Like, in all honesty, that makes a lot of sense. Like, crabs are just really cool. If anything, they're probably one of the most well-built species in the world. I mean, coelacanths still haven't evolved, so they're pretty well evolved as well. Like, there's a lot of species like that. Like, I know one thing that's been happening is elephants have been evolving to not have tusks anymore to try and help against poachers, which is sad. I hate poachers. Like, imagine going out of your way to be a poacher. Yeah, crabs are close to perfect. My question is what true perfection in evolution would be. Like, of all different sizes. That's just my curiosity. Just kind of going like, I wonder what it would be like if crabs ruled the world. Crab. Just crab. Ah yes, the language of crab. Crab, 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 crab. Pinch panch. Crab. Snicker. Skitter, skitter, scatter. Scatter! Scatter! I love being able to just be a weirdo sometimes, but also like talk about some really weird but interesting stuff. Like, because you don't get to talk about a lot of that all the time.
The snailfish live in Mariana Trench perfect to my eyes. Wonder what would happen if crabs ruled the world. Crab raid video fades. I mean, I think one of the saddest things to me is how many people call blobfish ugly, but then look at its like deflated corpse as what it actually looks like. Like in Stardew Valley, it makes sense why it looks the way it does because it's out of water and it is a deflated corpse. But it's also really sad because in reality, it's a beautiful looking fish when it's in its right pressure depth. Like, it's really sad. Like, the poor blobfish. Like, there's so many beautiful fish out there as well that just never get to see more of because one thing or another, and it's interesting. I know I've thought about a lot of stuff. Aliens looking at humans after we explain space. Ew, it explodes in space. Ew, it's ugly. Exactly! That's exactly the thing that happens. Like, it's exactly what happens. It's like, ew, ugly. It's like, the poor blobfish doesn't deserve the hate it gets. Like, I get why it looks the way it does in Stardew Valley because it's out of its pressure. That makes sense. But when people think that that's what it looks like in general, it's just like, no, that's just what it looks like depressurized. It's built for a high pressure environment. I think one of the coolest ideas that I'm surprised they haven't done with a Pokemon is something based off like Oobleck or materials like that. Because I think that'd be so cool. Like a Pokemon that like is very liquidy and stuff until like something hits it and it becomes like really hard. I think that'd be so cool to make as like a deep sea Pokemon. Like that like maybe like based on like a blobfish or similar. That'd be such a cool Pokemon idea that I'm surprised they haven't done it. Because it's such a interesting idea. Like non-Newtonian fluids are so sick. Because just being able to punch it and it just gets hard is so cool. Just and it, but it's a liquid when everything else is normal. It's so sick. Because it's such a weird and specific thing, but it also is really interesting. I'm surprised there's no Pokemon based off it. A ferrofluid Pokemon. Not bad idea actually. Also, an underrated Pokemon I've seen is Ferrothorn. Like it's actually surprisingly good with its ability and everything. But yeah, like there's so many things they could have totally used. I'm surprised they haven't. Like when they did the Spain region, when they did Paldea, which is based off Spain and not Spain. I kid, it's Spain and Portugal, but my, my God, I always hear Spain and not Spain. Blobfish looked like a regular fish, and then some hairless monkey yoinked it from its home family, and it turned into a bloated corpse and took pictures and called it ugly for no reason. Exactly. Like poor blobfish. But yeah, it's like there's all sorts of stuff that they could have used that I'm surprised they didn't. They didn't use the fact that like reading glasses and like so much stuff from like astronomy happened in Spain and Portugal type areas. Like I'm surprised they didn't do much with that. Like there's so much they could have done with that. Like in general, like I think that would have been really cool if they did. It's a shame they never did though. Is that a Billboards reference? I have no idea who the fuck that is, honestly. I have no idea who that is. I'm guessing they're someone important to some people, but I don't know who they are. I just know that I feel more bad for the blobfish more than any other fish because of its own, like, the shit that it has gone through as a species. Just makes me feel bad for the poor thing because it never deserved it. Though I do still think there would be some really cool Pokemon that could come from like a blobfish. Same for other types of stuff like that. Like there's so many cool scientific things that they could have used for Pokemon. Like, come on, Pokemon. Like I can think of all sorts of cool designs. World said this area will later be called Spain and not Spain. Oh, I completely forgot that. No, that whole joke started from one of my friends when I first heard it, and I have, I know this is gonna make a lot of people go, "Are you insane?" But I've never seen History of the Entire World. Like I've been told I should, and I will eventually. I just keep forgetting. But no, it started between my friend who is from Portugal, and we'd joke about him being from not Spain. It was started by one of my friends who probably got it from the video, but I always got it from that. That's the ironic part. I never got it from the actual video that you're speaking of. So, irony, I guess. But yeah, like I never realized that. More you know, I guess. But yeah, like I love that type of stuff of just learning history. Feel like you'd like it as music history and not Spain. Not Spain. But yeah, I still think about my friend freaking saying that even now because it was so funny and dumb to me that we just kept it up. Because he was from Portugal too, like the one friend that we were joking about, who was the one who was fine with the joking, because we all make jabs at each other because that's what friends do. Friends like to make jabs at each other sometimes. Sometimes. I think that's one of the best ways to tell you're in a really close friendship is when you can take jabs like that and just be like, "Oh yeah," just full jab right into the frickin' side with like something really fucked up that they're okay with. Like I've seen some interesting ones though. Like I want to watch History of the Entire World, I guess. I just keep forgetting. I'm probably going to watch it after stream if I get time because I don't have anything after stream today yet. So I actually will, and I'll tell you how it goes on Wednesday. I'm basically just going to place some dirt down to get the full outline, and then I will probably end stream. Feel like I feel like if I did watch it, like I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it, but we'll see. As a history nerd, I might like it a lot. I also might see inaccuracies, but then again, it depends when it came out because certain things we didn't find out in history about in history until more recently. So, really depends. My one question is if they talk about the Bone Wars. I wonder. If they don't, I'll be sad. Not gonna lie, I love the Bone Wars. They're such an interesting point in history. Because some of the actual, like, pictures are so fucking dumb, but also look like they would be real dinosaurs, even if they aren't. But there are some funny images from that period. I'm basically gonna get rid of this inventory of dirt. I have sleep because it's late. That's fair. It's always good to sleep. Sleep is important. Sleep is always important. It is always important, traveler. Never forget to sleep, traveler. You know, I look at this and I just think to myself, this is what I do all the time. Also, I learned a thing the other day from my friend. I learned something new in World Edit I never knew existed. And I learned I could replace things. And I'm like, I can do what? And and I also learned, like, with learning that, I'm like, I can do a replace. And I can randomize. Oh my god. Like,
I'm still trying to learn World Edit in my spare time, so I can actually use it, but I the fact that it took me so long to realize there's a slash slash replace, I was like, God, I'm an idiot. But like even then I still place down most of my blocks by hand, even in my creative, and it's like I just don't really think about World Edit. Not a lot at least. So even though I know it, I forget about it a lot of the time. That's the ironic part of it all. I know it, I just forget it. Which, honestly, says a lot more about the stuff I spend time on than other things. Because holy shit. The fact that I can spend so much time on that type of stuff and not understand World Edit fully says a lot. Because, like, it just shows how much I put building by hand, to be honest. Yeah, I'm similar. I build by hand. The only reason I even thought about learning World Edit is because I was told it will make my life easier because of what I'm making. Because, yay. I also learned that there's a way you can rotate builds with slash slash rotate and flip, but I don't know how to use it fully yet because I haven't tried it. Still cool though. I know that, like, as someone who builds loads of stuff, just in general in creative, I feel like it's just gonna be good to have as like a resource in case I make like a huge mistake and need to like, God damn it, or like even just for like the ability to now randomize certain things in the ground. I think that's gonna help. Like, it really just depends, but I'll find out. It really is one of those things of who knows, but I'll find out. God, I have so much dirt. You could say I have dirt on someone. But yeah, like, I love learning new stuff about it because it just means if I learn enough, I can make my life easier and not force myself into doing things harder than I need to. Because, let's be honest, it can become very annoying. Like, as someone who has spent years and years of my life building, especially without World Edit, it's a different thing for me. Like, I still place everything down by hand. If anything, it just allows me to randomize more and to do more. Because I can, like, make my basic thing out of wool and then do slash slash replace air when I'm done with it. So it's just like, ooh, fancy. So I can just delete it afterwards. And it helps me a lot because then I can just like have my wool like structure blocks that I use and then just delete them without having to go through my entire build or trying to find a way to hide all of it. I can just boop, gone. Which helps a lot. And honestly, it's good to know. Can DM Discord about something after stream. I mean, it really depends. I mean, I won't say I'll answer it anytime soon because after stream I'm going to go watch History of the World and then probably take care of my doggos. By that I mean I'm probably going to be outside with my doggos, dealing with Athena specifically, who is going to have so much fucking energy that who knows when I'll be back inside, but if you want, you can. I'll just get to it when I can. Because, yeah. I actually don't use social media anywhere near as much as I used to. And I will say, really good for your mental health. But, yeah. Just gonna finish up this last line here, head back into base, and then I will do this later. But yeah, I try to answer things best I can, usually. It usually is never instant, though. But I think this is a good place to kind of end off stream. since I'm already back in the house. Um, let's see. Who should I send? And of course, as always, no one's streaming. You know, I think this is one of the. Oh yeah, Twitter got region blocked here, so it's never been better. Oh, that sounds nice. I think the thing that sucks the most is because of my stream time, almost no one that I actually can like raid to because it does not because I don't fully understand the raid thing yet because I haven't taken enough time to like go out quit most social media. Yeah, that's her. I have social medias, I just don't use them mostly. Like I have Blue Sky and stuff, I just don't use it. But before I end stream, I might as well say we do have a Discord, !Discord. If you aren't in, you can join us. I'm glad I could make your day a bit better. And I do hope you all have wonderful days. And I will be seeing you guys next time. See ya, guys!